water moves.
Yeah, exactly. Like if someone's got a Storm during Tatsugiri, how often are you going to bring Palafin? You're probably not going to bring it to every game.
Exactly. Yeah, and like I say, it's almost not what it does, but what it forces your opponent to do.
Exactly. One more thing I want to talk about: the Treasure of Ruins. Which one do you think will do the best at this event?
I think probably Tinglu's always a dangerous one to look out for, and like I say, because Chen Pao Hay seems to be fairly on the rise at the moment. They're probably the main two, but you can never discount Chi Yu. You can never discount even though it's probably the least used. Wo Chen's always something you've got to look out for.
I definitely think Tinglu is the easiest to put on teams. That's probably why we'll see it with the most usage today. It's also been having a lot of different move sets. Obviously, the dreaded fissure.
Yes, the infamous fissure.
Yeah.
Once again, if you're using it, it's the best thing ever. If you're on the other side of it, it is the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
But like you say, the move sets have certainly developed.
Yeah, I think it creates a mind game with your opponent in another way, because do you want to let your opponent just keep clicking the button? Because if they keep clicking it, eventually it will hit.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't afford to ignore it.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. When did it crash? Do we know?
Oh, we're back.
Okay. Oh, hi. We're back. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties.
Hopefully not a sign of things to come.
Yeah, hopefully. So yeah, we're just still waiting on our first match. We're just talking about meta trends. We'll just go back to the Treasure of Ruin. What about Chen Pao? What do you think about that?
I think Chen Pao is very good. I think it's always going to cause problems. And like I say, with that meta, it shuts a lot of things down. So it's not that you can never get down. It looks like we are coming to the game now. And here we are in the team preview.
Oh, we're starting the game. We're starting the game. Okay, so right,
we've got two Sun teams here. We've got the Mega bring the Jump Up and the Torkoal, and possibly that Talon Flame and Chi Yu. So what are you expecting in this first move to consider?
Well, I believe Megan's team is probably the Joe Ugarte team, the Sun team with the Jump Up, Torkoal, sort of Sun offense, Scarf, Great Dust. I'm expecting to see Sleep Powder. It depends what item the Talon Flame is. We don't know if it's the Vert Cloak or Safety Goggles.
Yeah, a lot of them have been running the Safety Goggles. For so much specialization.
On the Jump Up, is it watertight?
Yeah, so that will handle better against the
and the Talon Flame Brave Bird, which is priority. Oh, Great Tailwind. I think that was so drop.
Yeah, I think, ridiculous translation is very
opposing Tailwind.
Double Tailwind. So back to normal in terms of speed control.
And Torkoal just going to use into Chi Yu. So I believe the Torkoal is a jetpack. So once he uses that move, he'll be out of the battle.
Yeah, hoping to get on the jetpack and get himself out there. Well, hopefully maybe do a bit of damage as well as Chi Yu.
I think it was a pretty good turn on for both players. They both got their tailwind up, no damage. So
yeah, they both set the position. They both got off to get off and didn't get hit with anything they didn't want to. So now it's just a case of how they move around that. So in terms of the speed, we are really back to where we started.
Definitely. I think it might have been better for Costa because Megan's already real her terrestrialization.
Yeah,
he might have the upper hand now.
Yeah, it's forced the terrestrialization. Megan sort of shown the hand.
That's about 60%.
That's a very strong.
And an on-point to protect. Yes, that Chi Yu will not be clicking attacking move.
Chi Yu is now essentially
just double protect.
Yeah, maybe some luck.
Yeah. That does a lot of damage. Yeah. So we should be switching out. Yeah, as I predicted. Yeah. So if I was him, I'd probably bring in Great Tusk. Looks like I can hit both opponents.
Yeah, and so remember that Chi Yu as well. It's forced to protect.
Exactly. Yeah. So he probably will switch out on that slot. I don't see him clicking protect again for the third time.
Yeah.
So there we go. It's a Great Tusk. Just check the protosynthesis flute. It's attack. Okay. So that makes me think it's a scarf set.
Yeah, it certainly seems. I can see here it's coming as a.
No, it was a scarf. Yeah. So Costa, I think, might do a double switch, or it may just. I have to make a prediction because he's not in a great position.
Yeah, certainly with that tailwind, speeds are back to normal, so Talonflame, of course, now to 50% doesn't even have priority brave who could hurt the Great Tusk.
Exactly, and we saw Costa's Talonflame was a sharp beak set, so no protection against Sleep Powder.
Yeah.
And no protection Revert Cloak, so no protection and a flinch if it decides to tear it to Ghost, but
yeah,
very unlikely.
And here we go, Fluttermane's coming in.
Okay.
And I think we knew it was going to be too long before we saw another.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great start. Clicks here.
It's interesting to see that the Talonflame Pistol stayed in.
Yeah, maybe just a sack. There we go. Obviously not going to hit that too well. Great Tusk take it very well.
It's set up his tailwind, it's part of his contribution, it's done a bit of damage to the as well. And now it's just for two teammates to finish the job off.
It's a really rough position for Costa. Does he bring him back the Chiyu, which will probably die in 2 hits because obviously you've got the Great Tusk that's up faster and Fluttermane that was faster as well. I think he has to go King Gambit, and he goes it, yeah.
Anything you have to worry about potential head.
I believe it's a scarf set. We're not sure, but that's what we believe. So, if I'm Costco, I think I just attack into the Fluttermane spot. No need to predict to get some damage on the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a Pokemon you want to make sure you deal with. It has the tailwind. It's quite a fast Pokemon. It's hard, especially for that Great Tusk.
Yeah, I agree. We're just seeing what he's going to click. So on his Great Tusk, maybe Protect might be a good option, just to protect against the Fluttermane.
Yeah, maybe to predict that sort of attack.
Okay, switches up.
Tusk is coming out.
Mega switch up the Task. Makes sense, so it's locked in Rock Slide, we assume. Back to the jump block. Okay.
So maybe another sack here, maybe.
No Protect! Oh, and the Great Tusk just...
That's the
insane.
Great Tusk.
Okay.
It's a 1-for-1 trade there. So
Yeah.
probably still possible to thought of it to go. So
I think so. But if I'm Megan, I'm not too unhappy.
yeah, I think Megan's certainly definitely in a good position. Go for tailwind to run out, but obviously Megan still has tailwind.
Definitely. She can also just flip Sleep Powder. There's no immunities on the side. So there's nothing really preventing that happening. The Chiyu also isn't likely to click Protect because last time it got Encore.
Yeah, exactly. That's something the boss is going to have in the back of his head now. But Chiyu still being exposed to that Great Tusk, so if maybe a tailwind goes up, that Chiyu will be a lot of trouble.
Or we might see a terrible King Gambit would make it avoid the headlong rush.
Yes.
Let's see what he's going to click Protect again. Hopefully, just off Faint this turn. Flying back before that. Yeah, it's either flying or fire. What we've seen with Julius protects. Leaf Storm into the Chiyu slot. Perhaps to break the sash.
Yes, yeah, possibly.
And Rock Slide, predicting the terrestrialization if it connects. I think it's still lit.
Just hanging on.
Oh, critical hit. Into which slot? I think it's the right hit. Oh,
it's just doing so 50%. Release at half sunlight's fading. So Process is sworn off, and also Jump Block is slower now as well. So it's probably best chances any for Costume to ever come back. But Megan still I feel isn't right.
Withdraw the Jump Block. Perhaps.
Yes, yeah, 100% like that sun again. Exactly in that photosynthesis on the top.
I think that was a really safe play. They didn't need to overplay
exactly. We actually know it's going to be. We know how much rock slide is going to do to protect and keep going here, but
So with possibly being down to 1 versus 3, seems to be really tough for us.
yes, I'm hoping those heat waves still on the challenge.
Perhaps a rock slide miss?
Yeah, that's going to be the rock slide flame shot their opponents.
Brings it down to Sam. Okay, we wait to see what the Chiyu clicks. Hit wave.
Heat wave.
Oh.
That's another thing, a heat wave miss. A
Double heat wave miss, no!
It's not possible.
No, okay, so getting one to Megan.
So, if you're what do you think?
He needs a way to stop the jump love getting tailwind. It's going to be difficult because the jump love can just Terra Water and avoid the Talonflame Brave Bird, but he really needs to prevent the tailwind getting up.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be his main concern, that speed control, particularly with jump off having chlorophyll. The minute Torkoal comes in, it's going to have that sun up. And looks like we're going back into that second game now.
Okay, we're just going to get options. Better look at the teams.
Yeah, just have a look and see.
Okay, so as I said, Megan's team is, I believe, a copy of Joe Ugate's team. He used it at the Portland Regionals, and I believe he won with that team. Also used by European players such as Akov, who played in Malmo in, I believe, Day 2.
Yeah. So the Sun team is one of the stronger warriors of first generation. You know, you've got quite a few Sun abusers. You obviously set up that break synthesis, and also you give jump up the speed boost. Torkoal's always effective, like, even in its own right. It's not just a sun setup. Those stuff has eruption to the right conditions, and the heat wave as well.
One thing I noticed on Costa's team, which I'd like to notice, he had Iron Bundle and Talonflame. I think that would have been a really fantastic lead if Megan leads the same as she led game 1.
Yeah, so surely that's something that he's got to consider. Let's see if they come again.
Okay, yeah. Blotton in Talonflame. Okay, that's fine. So Blottomane, we hope, should be faster with Tailwind on Costa's side.
And also that sun boosting Blottomane's process as well.
So I believe it's a spec set, and I didn't catch the boost, but I believe it was special attack.
Yeah, so it's a special attack boost, and Blottomane obviously is always a dangerous move. Especially now that you're setting up that tailwind, priority tailwinds.
As it puts it there, the prediction.
Blottomane, now Blottomane just focused on hitting.
And it takes it out.
Critical hit. One hit.
Not that massive.
Well, Megan's not going to be getting that tailwind up.
Overheat. Oh, it takes it with ease. But obviously Megan will get a free switch out now.
Yeah, exactly. The sun sets up anyway, so I think in terms of what Megan wants to do, bringing that great stuff back in.
Exactly, yeah, like they did in game 1. But now the option for Megan is, what did they bring in the last slot? Did they rebuild their Pokemon, or did they go back to Torkoal? We're not sure.
Yeah, exactly. I assume it would be
back to the Torkoal, right?
So yeah, in terms of sunset, it'll be interesting to see what it does actually use that jetpack. The sun's already up, so it's going to have to see what else the Torkoal can do.
One thing to notice actually, Talonflame is still at full health, so we can click a Brave Bird, a priority Brave Bird.
Brave Bird can go into that Great Tusk. It's going to do a lot of damage, especially if that has that sharp beam, which boosts its.
So we just wait to see what they're clicking this time. Brave Bird is the Torkoal slot. Oh, Terror! Is it the Steel Terror? Fire! Okay, to prevent it getting burned.
And also.
That's true, a fairy resistance. Helping hand. You see a rock slide?
I think this is going to be a rock slide. And still doing a lot of damage. Just fighting that terror.
Double down.
Double hit. There we go. That's really
it swung. The momentum swung from Costa to Megan.
Yeah, Costa once again sort of on the back of it. As well as
We're just going to see the attack boost. So I believe it's the life orb sound Costa's side. So it can just go down in one hit, but Megan's Great Toss are locked into the rock slide, so we won't be able to do with that.
yeah, exactly. So you know, it's got that flexibility. Where it's Megan to rock slide and nothing there.
Terror on Costa's side into the flying side.
I think that's what's going and it's a fire moves that come away from the torque.
Earthquake from
Oh,
double
there we go,
down.
double.
Wow.
Well, the momentum swung back
Yeah,
again.
momentum swung back.
Yeah, no way all they've got to say is the jump off coming through.
That's true, yeah. We haven't seen Megan's fall, so we're not sure how the moves are assurance are shit to nothing yet.
Right? Yeah, just to clean up after any...
Exactly, yeah. So I believe that's the that's the button.
That's the bottom A, and bottom A is a good option to have for us. I think just needs to avoid 9.
Interesting, it was a speed boosting button. Oh, looks like Megan only bought 3 Pokemon. Okay. Sorry, sorry, my eyesight's gone.
Certainly run out of Pokemon now.
Yeah.
That's the one. This is one of these so Costa's won the game. This last game, I think they've seen a lot of each other's teams now. Anything particularly you saw that maybe needs to be brought in mind for the last game, or?
Well, I believe they both brought the same 4 each game. So
Yeah.
it's interesting who changes, or does either player change? It's not sure.
Yeah, I mean they've both proven obviously they can win with this team. So do you rely on that, bring it to the third game, or do you try and catch your opponent out?
If I was Costa, I'd maybe think about bringing Iron Bundle.
Yeah, I think that could be. Here we are into the team preview. Let's see what they bring. Yeah, like I say, they've both proven they can win with the team they draw. It's just, is their opponent going to bring the team to the same team? Do
you change your winning recipe, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's hovering over the Iron Bundle.
Thunder could be the deciding factor.
Oh, he's decided. Oh, he's deliberating.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the same again.
Same for, okay. I don't blame him. When you just win with a team, you'd like to think you can win it again if you play well.
Yeah, exactly. It's got results at the moment. If you switch, it's a big gamble. That, you know, do you win the game because of that, or does it put you in a worse position? But I think you're always going to regret your team preview. I think that's the nature of the ring tour.
Oh, different leads from Megan's side. Same lead from Costa.
Yeah, Costa leading with the same. Obviously, that sun not coming, so that jump off hasn't got free speed. And there's no attack boost to the great touch. You should presume the tour will be coming in soon.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if it's going to come in this turn. We'd have to wait and see. Jump Up is really not looking too strong at the moment.
Yeah, Jump Up's really exposed. You've got that priority break or you once again show you how to terror on team 1. But even then, I think it's going to take a break quite hard.
Of course, we can't forget Megan can just terrestrialize the Great Tusk to risk both hits.
Yeah, exactly. It really depends who gets knocked off.
Terror from Megan's side. To the fire side. So to the risk of flutter main hit and to prevent it getting burned from. And a terror from Costa's side. I believe from the flutter. trying to. And the jump off goes down.
Once again, getting rid of that option of tailwind on Megan's side.
And a post tailwind on Costa's side.
Yeah.
Oh, and Teleflame, obviously.
But it's set up the tailwind. I think it's done what it needs to do.
Exactly, yeah, it's done its job.
So it just depends what's going to come in afterwards for both Megan and Costa.
Costa going for a great task. Helped him win in game 2.
Yep, seems to be sort of the theme of the match is Tusk versus Tusk.
Megan going for the tour call.
Both of their attacks and the fluttering special attack as well. Whether I suppose Megan's going to bring it eventually, but the fact that one of Megan's both boosted while Costa's got both of these now,
Something interesting I noticed when I looked at the progress of Megan. Obviously it's the attack on Great Tusk. So obviously we've seen it's the scarf, so it boosts both stats.
yeah, exactly. It gets harder and faster. It is coming out.
I believe it's the Ultimate, yeah. So I believe this was a speed boost. Yeah, speed boost. Into which slot? And it's down!
KO. That's what frustration does here. It turns those two hit KOs into one hit. It looks like it's a double KO.
Double KO on Costa's side, and it really has changed the sides of this game.
Yeah, exactly. With the moon blast into that Great Tusk does have its low defences now, but I'm not sure how much else it's going to play.
1v3, I think it's going to be really difficult for Megan to come back from this one.
Yeah, maybe hoping for an earthquake if the Great Tusk has that. I think that's going to be his best bet.
Yeah, I think Megan has to either choose Rock Side or Earthquake. They can't let one thing on Costa's side survive.
He's going to have to take a moon blast before he does it. And one hit KO for a resist. And that goes with and the tailwind down.
What a great game to start off our stream.
Yeah. There's a lot of momentum switch. It does. It looked like either of them could win it at any moment, and then those turns came out that just completely changed the direction of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Especially that turn, the last turn in game 3, where Costa got the double KO.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that the Flutter Main got a KO into a resisted Great Tusk really was interesting to see.
It makes you understand why Flutterman is the most used Pokemon in the meta.
Yeah, it's such a plug-and-play Pokemon. I mean, I think it fits into any style. If you're playing a Sun team, it's got the Photosynthesis boost. If you've got Trick Room, it has that. If you're playing Perisong, it has that. It fits into so many archetypes, and we see here that it gets results as well.
Definitely. Obviously, both players are using it as well. So.
Yeah. I think we'll be seeing a lot more throughout the day.
Oh, yeah, I don't doubt that. So, do you think there was anything Megan could have changed on her team for Game 3?
I think maybe the jump off is sort of the weak link in the team. I think it's fairly. We know it's going to use the tailwind. We know it's going to click that sleep powder. But also it had quite a few. You know, it was weak to that Talonflame with the priority Brave Bird. So if you've got to force your hand early in Terror, but that leaves your Great Tusk exposed. So I feel like maybe that was the one member of the team that could have left.
I think in a way, Jump Off it's a good and a bad thing because it kind of forces you to bring Torkoal.
Exactly. Yeah. It's almost two slots of your team are already filled up.
Yeah, it's trying to fill a lot of slots on the team, so you try and figure out and put it on the team. But obviously, it needs the support from Torkoal normally.
Yeah, exactly. It shows the fact that Torkoal wasn't there in the third round. It showed how exposed that jump bluff was. It didn't get anything done. Whereas the first game, when it was out, it set up the tailwind. It managed to get those speed controls even. So yeah, I think it really is. One needs certainly jump bluff needs Torkoal to really sort of function.
Definitely, yeah. And obviously, we're going to have an interview in the next few minutes, or we're just waiting for that.
So we head to a quick break first.
Yep.
And then we'll have an interview with Costa.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. I am here with the winner of the first round, Costa. Congratulations on your win, Costa.
Thank you.
What was going through your thoughts in that game?
Pretty much, I was thinking, wow, I need to have a better approach going into jump up and talk roll. So I was thinking, initially, I wasn't expecting Megan to actually lead with it. I was expecting some sort of scarf Great Tusk from the go. But given the fact that, she led with that, I thought I'm in a bit of a tough spot with this Chi Yu because even though it's Focus Sash, I am expecting the water terrestrialization coming out from the jump bluff, but essentially there is that mechanic of you have the eject pack from the Torkoal, it will be landing on the overheat, hence why I tried to protect and stall that out a tiny bit.
Yeah.
But she made a really good play by going for Tailwind straight away and not trying to go for the sleep powder danger that would have been coming in. So I already felt like I lost too much momentum and she had the ball in her park. And then just going into game 2, I was thinking, yeah, I need to immediately pressure that jump bluff because I can't let it get away with this because it's just enabling the rest of her team.
Yeah, it did seem the very first team, it was almost sort of battle of the tailwinds.
Yep.
I noticed also that you both sort of kept the same team through the 3 rounds. Did you sort of fully sort of believe in the team you picked to go through that second round, or?
I would say so, yeah. I think I brought the Pokemon that I needed to. Obviously, the team is basically Marco Fierro's team that he was able to get second place now at Malmo Regionals. It's just hyper offense, good stuff, if I'm honest. So I brought Fluttermane, I brought the Tailwind pressure that I needed to, as I do have Gale Wind's priority. The fact that there was a critical hit on turn 1, game 2, and I don't think that mattered, as we saw in game 3, as Fluttermane is busted, especially with Fairy Terrestrialization going into the Photosynthesis, giving the additional special attack boost. I was like, yeah, no, it could pick up the KO with her choice spec, so I just need to focus down on that jump bluff, and that's essentially able to open up for the Pokemon in the back, which was, of course, the King Gambit and the Great Tusk, because once I have the speed control in my advantage, I'm just able to sweep through, because Great Tusk was such a good candidate going into this. Ground type is highly threatening Maiden's or most of the team.
Yeah, exactly. With that win, it's good to see that you sort of managed to find the holes and pick them out. So what is anything you picked up to sort of bring into the next rounds from this game, or?
Sorry, what was that?
Is there anything you've sort of picked up that maybe you need to sort of consider for the next game, need to work on, or?
Maybe just not overthinking. I think I overthought a bit that game 1 lead coming up from Maiden's side, so I just got to go with the good stuff and trust in the team, as obviously it's been able to carry me through, and obviously just once again focus on what is my opponent's strategy going into this based on the matchup and what sort of approach are they going to try to take, if their playstyle is a bit more offensive, defensive, or very reactive. But yeah, I think Megan did well trying to go for her playstyle and the game plan, but obviously it just came down to a bad matchup for her, because I think once I figure out Fluttermane is just busted, yeah, it's very tough for her to bring it back.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason that we've seen Fluttermane so much. It fits with so many team stars, as you both proved today, particularly with that Terra Fairy. I'd also like to ask you, so if we are hosting for our next opponent, you need to choose a Pokemon that they bring to their next tournament.
Oh, that's so much power!
Exactly. Oh. What are you going to instill upon them?
Oh, I mean, in this situation, obviously we've seen loads of weather wars, right? I think we even saw snow making a very strong placing with changing the meta. I would say, in anticipation of obviously Sun being supreme, perhaps Scovillain.
Scovillain. Okay, I will note that down.
I'm feeling a bit villainous right now. I mean, or spicy as well.
Spicy,
so,
yeah. Well, hopefully, your opponent can use Scovillain. Haven't seen
they
it
can.
yet.
They can. Like, they can make it work as long as they put in the effort. Sure, like grass, fire, terra, typing, and then obviously you get chlorophyll. So I'm not sure if we feature Maiden next. Who knows? Maybe we could swap that Jumpluff out for a Scovillain.
We'll see. Hopefully, Scovillain will be reigning supreme in the next tournament.
That's it.
Well, thank you for joining me, Costa, and good luck with the rest of your tournament.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Josh. Take care, all. It's been a pleasure.
And we're back.
We're back. So that first round was quite an exciting one. Like we said before, there was a lot of momentum shifts, and we got to see the power of sun. Obviously, we were talking about rain before the stream. And we're back again.
Oh no, we're having a tough time.
Yeah. Well, like I was saying, we were speaking at the start of the stream about rain, and now we got to see the power of sun. So yeah, what was your thoughts on sun?
Well, we actually saw sun on both sides. Obviously, Megan had the Torkoal, but Costa also had Sunny Day on Talonflame. That's becoming a more common move, replacing Taunt, which was normally used for Amoonguss. Obviously, Taunt's mainly for Amoonguss. Sunny Day helps the Fluttermane, helps the Great Tusk. So I think we might see more Sunny Day on Talonflame over Taunt.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just, well, obviously in the past we've seen it boost sort of fire types. And now we see it boost all host of types with the photosynthesis ability. Obviously all past Paradox Pokemon get that. So it makes your Fluttermane faster. So it doesn't have to hold that booster energy.
Exactly, yeah. It's a interesting way to use Sunny Day. Normally you would see it with a Chlorophyll user, but funnily enough on Costa's team, he had no Chlorophyll users.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, also he had the sun set up for him, but he had a way to boost it manually. And obviously we saw once the sun was up, he took full advantage of that.
Another aspect of having Sunny Day is also covering other weather matchups.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen snow go on the rise, so it helps to override those sort of things. And once again, it can't be understated, sort of the power of Fluttermane that really was sort of seemed to be his MVP during that match.
Yeah, definitely. I think Fluttermane got almost every kill every match. So
Yeah, exactly. That Terra Fairy. I mean, with the Moonblast, even non-Terra does a lot of damage. With Terra, obviously, it gets that ×2 boost, and we really saw it sort of clean up.
yeah, so looking forward to round 2. What would you like to see?
I think I'd like to see some more weather. I'm always interested to see you have the weather setter, but often the setter it's hard to find its place in the team. Obviously, Torkoal's probably the most useful weather setter. But it'd be interesting to see some more weather, see some sandstorm maybe, and see more rain teams and see what goes on from there. Anything particularly you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I'd love to see Trick Room.
Yes, Trick Room has been very rare this generation, I
Yeah.
find.
Yeah, Trick Room has had its highs and lows, let's say, this
Yeah,
generation.
exactly. Well, we got a new Trick Room setter in for Rigoroth, along with the old staples, your Hatterines, your Indeedis. But yeah, I think we've yet to see its full potential this generation.
Definitely. Obviously, the Armuge and Didi build was very common, particularly in Season 2. It's gone down in usage now, obviously due to the Treasures of Ruin. So I, it's obviously gone down. So, what do you think the player needs on their team to beat the Treasures of Ruins?
Well, I think certainly that's why Fluttermane stayed so high in usage. They all start off with that dark type, and which means Fluttermane can do that damage on them. I think to get rid of a lot of runes, you just need those hard hitters. Because they all lower they all lower stats. So whether if you bring in your Fluttermanes, if you bring in your Great Tusks against a Wochen or a Tinglu, they're going to have those stats lowered. So you've got to make sure that you've got that hitting power to kind of get rid of them.
And funny enough, we saw Trick Room at the recent Malmo event, but it was an, let's say, unusual team from our
Yes.
favourite Jamie Boyd.
Yes. Yeah, it's certainly weird. Yeah, I hope to see some more sort of bizarre teams. This generation, it does feel it feels like there's some Pokemon that you sort of are guaranteed to see in events. So it was interesting to see kind of a sort of switching it up.
Yeah, the Power Band Screamtail is something I never thought I'd see at an event.
Yes. When I first saw it, I thought he was EV training it and had just forgotten to take it off.
Yeah, that's I thought maybe it was an item, maybe it was choice band for some reason.
Yeah, maybe there was sort of some secondary effect that that I'd forgotten. But that's, this is one thing we like to see, don't we? Kind of these innovations, and that's how the meta changes. That's how we get all these different Pokemon being used different ways. That's how we get things like Storm Drain Tatsugiri.
Yeah, it was a creative way to use it, and also in the match I saw on stream, it was slower than an Amoongus.
Yes. Which is always a risk,
Yeah.
especially before that trick room goes
Exactly,
up.
yeah.
That seems like the one attempt they've taken to sort of bring the balance back to Amoongus. It's slow. We're going back into our second game now.
Oh, look who we've got on stream. So we've got Jamie Boyd. Yeah, Jamie Boyd versus Rushan.
Rushan Shakar. And here we see that Dondozo and Tatsugiri. Always something you need to look out for. And we have I believe, a clear smog on that Gastrodon.
Yeah, we also have the Screamtail with the
Scream-
power band.
infamous Screamtail power bands. It's here. We can finally see see it in action.
Yeah, I believe Jamie is maybe running the same team he used at Malmo.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be. So we'll see. Obviously, it's won a major tournament. You think that Rushan sort of knows how the team, how Jamie's team's going to work, but we'll certainly see how he gets on countering it.
That's the problem with bringing a team that's well known. The opponent also knows it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's you've got to adapt your team or adapt your play to kind of sort out with how it works. Obviously, Jamie coming off a good performance in the UIC as well. So Rushan really has his work cut out for him, it would seem.
Yes, I believe Jamie got top 128 at UIC and also did top 16 at Malmo.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I say, he's certainly got form. And Rushan, as I say, we'll see how he gets on.
Also, for the viewers who may not know Jamie Boyd, his creative tendencies have spanned through the generation, let's say.
Yeah.
One original with a cotton in.
Yeah, exactly. Jamie's team, you never know what he's going to do next. So here we go, the match has started. So Jamie leading with the Brute Bonnet and the Dondozo.
And Rushan leading with Iron Hand Slow King. I think Rushan's probably just going to go fake out Trick Room.
You would think so. But is that it doesn't change that up? To presume that Jamie's going to bring that also.
That's true. Obviously, Jamie could also go into the Tatsugiri and form quite early.
Yeah, that's it. Those are actually switching now. So it looks like it's certainly not going to combine.
To the Iron Hand. And fake out the Brute Bonnet. Okay.
The Brute Bonnet.
No comeback point.
Obviously, Iron Hand's being slow as well. So in the trick room, it seems they are really Brute Bonnet is the fastest in the trick room.
It's an interesting decision to click trick room because obviously Jamie's team is also a trick room team. So in a way, he's actually helping Jamie.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the game plan is and how Rushan seems to sort of deal around this.
So I think we're seeing Terror on the side. Probably to protect from score.
You would think so. As with any score, so it's always you can't afford to ignore.
Oh, into the slow kick.
So you can Terra Glass, that'll also prevent it from
prevent it from score. There we go. Oh, I know that's the way. Psychic between the fences. Oh, barely doing 40%.
So cold. And there we go. The score actually going into the Iron Hand.
Oh, so a good prediction from Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. I think he knew also the power of Spore, and you can't afford to leave the score.
So we're just seeing what Rushan's going to put. I think it might be safe to burn a sleep trap in the future.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Hands is normally so bulky. I think they can always afford
offense again. Psychic again. Oh, it's the death drop. Heavy flat into the slow kick. Does a reasonable amount of damage with the critical hit, of course. Oh, on the front.
And that slow king is down.
Down, and we'll wait to see.
And Roshan obviously stops Terra.
Oh, the Iron Hand wakes up. Oh, Drain Punch is going to brute on it. Takes down to about 20%.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be sort of effect scores. Isn't he? Does he want to preserve the brute on it?
Definitely now Roshan considering what to bring in.
And it looks like he has that scissor. So outside of Trick Room, he has that priority. But the Trick Room's now up and his main setter has gone. So does he rely on Jamie to set it back up?
That's true. And also, as you said, so it's going to be forced to look into a move.
Exactly, yeah. So you don't think it'll be bullet punch because we know that Don Dozo's in the back.
That's true, yeah. But obviously, you have to lock into a move that hits the things on the field as well.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to prepare for what's on the field. He's actually what's off the field. He does go to the field.
Okay. So group one, same thing there. Roshan still got 40%?
Yeah, and one of the rarer moves we see, normally like a big range punch step like
yeah, it's always a toss-up on your team sheet deciding between close combat or drain punch.
yeah, that brings out the ice hands, and Roshan once again swings his way.
Yeah, and we haven't actually seen Jamie's fourth been revealed, so... Oh, there you go, the head to do it.
I think we can tell what's coming next.
Yeah, there you go.
And there we go. Don Dozo, obviously it's one victory, but a big one Pokemon. It's going to boost Don Dozo.
Exactly, and with the sizzle being locked into bullet punch, he may be forced to switch out.
And I can see as well, Gastron isn't actually running pure slog, so there's no way to get rid of those boosts. It looks like he's just going to have to take out some Don Dozo the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and that might be difficult with Jamie's Earthquake and his Mendoza hitting both opponents.
Exactly, yeah. So, the Dondozo's got the boost and it's got the means to take out two opponents at one time. It's got maybe hope that it goes to Wave Crash this turn.
Switching out this Gaster, perhaps hoping Jamie clicks Wave Crash. I think that was a good play by Jamie. Obviously the Trick Room is still up, so he needs to wait it out so his Dondozo will be fast enough.
Yeah, exactly, especially with that double speed boost.
And there we go, Trick Room resets.
And it's really a case of, we've seen that wild charge going to Don Dozo, so there's Jamie Terra, or?
Oh, just Earthquake. Oh, Iron Hand barely works. Gastron needs to spare it.
That'll bring it back up to relatively good health.
Being about 40%, but it will take hit.
That's unfortunately has a recoil boost. Big damage to myself as much as the
Doing what I would describe as pitiful damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, tiny bit of damage there. I think really the scissor's going to be the way you want to see to bring Dozo down.
So the interesting thing here is, because the Gastron is still in the field, Jamie can't put Wave Crash.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what we said previously about the Storm Drain. When the sun Pokemon, the sun moves completely irrelevant.
So Jamie's just going for Protect, just to scout what Roshan would click with this choice band.
So yeah, he's locked into that move, he's got that information.
So now that Jamie knows it's going to click Trailblaze, I don't believe he's terrored yet, has he?
No, we haven't seen Terra yet from Jamie. Obviously, I went for that Terra, Grass, Sloping, and the touchdown.
Taking the Gastron down to about 20%.
Dondozo, yeah.
Oh, it is.
Sometimes, like we say, you just got to take out Dondozo the old-fashioned way. No, he's here.
And The game looked like it was in Jamie's hands, but now it looks like Rushan should be able to clean up now.
Yeah, even with sort of not really having to rely on too much for Shan.
Perhaps to bait Rushan to clean and protect with his Gastrodon.
Maybe possibly. Scouting out both the attacks. It's hard to think. You can't think that muddy water at the risk of boosting Gastrodon.
And I believe Rushan's Sizzle should be faster. It took Fairblade a few times.
Yeah.
Then he's carrying on his tactic gear into the grass type.
Okay, so we'll certainly take less of the damage from the Trailblaze. Oh, the Gastrodon does have ice beam, which certainly next turn will give a bit of
Does about best, I think.
still doing a lot of damage.
Another speed boost. Takes it out.
So he's taking down that Gastrodon, which is the main threat to his grass Tatsugiri.
Life orb obviously restored. But now the game has swung back to Jamie.
Yeah, it's real back and forth here. There seems to be any sort of forward.
Trailblaze is at 30%. Tatsugiri misses the muddy water. That's really tough for Jamie. He probably would have really made the main.
Yeah, and well, especially with the active there's an accuracy drop as well. There's the muddy water again. Using it this time.
Oh, it takes out the Sizzle.
Brings it right at the death there. And it goes to show so many people sort of underestimate Tatsugiri by itself.
Yeah, that game could have gone either way multiple times.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also making
0-0 win for Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. So there was a lot to see from that game. As say, there was never a clear winner. If you're both these players going to the next round, is there anything that stands up for you?
I'm not too sure. I think Rushan picked his Pokemon quite well. He picked Gastrodon, which dealt with Dondozo. I'm not sure. I'd have to see. Perhaps Jamie will change his strategy. Obviously, the Gastrodon caused him a lot of problems. Maybe he'll implement a new strategy. He's got the Terra Grass.
Yeah, which could potentially be a counter there. It's interesting to see the Slowking as well, which I thought was a bit of an off-meta pick. It's not really something you see too often.
Yeah, but I think it actually matches up quite well into Jamie's team. It obviously has a good matchup into the Tatsugiri. I would say it goes even with Dondozo before it transforms. And with Terra, it should be able to have a good matchup versus the Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, it's certainly a good fit for his team. It's got the covert quote, which of course prevents any fake out flinches. And we did see that Jamie did bring Iron Hand to the first game, which has that fake out.
Yeah, and it looks like Rushan's looking the Dragonite.
So once again, that's another flinch prevention. The Dragonite set, it seems to be sort of that Dragonite we've seen fairly often. The Lumberry, Flying Terror with that Terror Blast, Extreme Speed, and the Dragon Dance, just to boost the attacking speed in case it doesn't go for that priority.
Yeah, and definitely, one thing I noticed from Rushan's side is the Dragonite has Extreme Speed and Terror Blast as his attacking moves.
Yeah, exactly, and we often see, we've seen so many times the Terra normal. Here we go into the second game now starting. James up the same leads.
Iron Hand in the Dragon.
And hopefully going for he has that flinch question now, Rushan, and James has to sort of adjust to that.
So the attack boost in the Brute Bonnet, probably forcing Iron Hands to fake the Brute Bonnet out?
Yeah, you would certainly think so.
I also think the Dragonite, in a way, is forced to Terra. Otherwise, it's best with Extreme Speed.
Yeah, exactly. Terra Speed isn't really going to scratch, especially with the Dondozo, unless he goes for Terra. And does he go for the Extreme Speed, or does he try and set up the Dragon Dance?
Obviously, the Lumberry preventing against force.
Yeah, exactly. So
James just bringing the Iron Hand. Dragonite. One time in the score. Wild charges for Jamie. He's doing about 20%. According to the Iron Hands.
Since the last game as well, the Iron Hand's going to sleep. Hopefully for Rushan wakes up as since he did before.
Yeah, but Rushan's got the Dragonite +1 now and is threatening a really strong Terror Blast.
Yeah, especially, well, either one of those Pokemon really wants to make a Terror Blast. The brief on its grass type is quite in Iron Hands.
Yeah, and the Iron Hands have Terror Blast, so it can't Terror out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Either way, it's going to have to eat a super effective Terror Blast.
Rushan considering switch. Dragonite going on the defensive. Both opponents really thinking about that turn.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a game as close as this should be. Which isn't going to kill it nice.
Oh, we're seeing a Terror from Jamie's side. Into the group one, as you said. Into the poison side.
Poison, we're seeing a very defensive stereotype. If we're sort of going to the current Among Us.
Yeah, good option versus Fluttering, the ever-present Fluttering. And the Turbo lives on one.
And the crunch back takes about 50%.
And the Wild Touch and the Dragonite is down.
And Dragonite is gone. That's going to be a really sort of big gap in Rushan's team. For the moment seems to be his big offensive threat. What's the Iron Hand sleeping, Gastrodon maybe not being able to sort of damage the group on it. And obviously it's got to fear those grass moves.
Yeah, Rushan's Dragonite was really a huge threat on Jamie's versus Jamie's team, but now it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how he deals with it. Obviously, the Sizzle coming out here now with that Terror, so we'll just see what move he chooses to lock into.
Yeah, it's a difficult to know what move to lock into, because obviously most of Jamie's Pokemon resist the Sizzle's moves.
Yeah, exactly. Also, he has that U-turn, so he has that sort of essentially resetting the choice band if he switches out.
Yeah, so we're just awaiting. The opponents both thinking about their moves.
And we know James got that Dondozo, so another Dondozo can have
This will just U-turn into the 1% group on it, and it's down.
Yeah, so like we say, it takes it down. Also, it means Scissor can essentially reset his choice move, going back to Rushan, and come back in and use
Rushan forced to bring back the Iron Hand, which is asleep.
Yeah, exactly. We don't as well, we don't think it's going to be able to take it.
Takes about 50% of the defensive drop.
So we know that one goes.
There's a lot of damage.
Especially with the defense drop there.
We wait to see what James. Oh, James is going to bring this
The question is that Tatsugiri waiting in the back? Does he double up? And does Rushan attack that Iron Hand slot? Because if it switches out for Tatsugiri, that's going to miss.
Yeah, it creates a real difficult mind game. But when you see James switches out,
We then see it in motion here, and it is going to be that
they're going to get plus 2 boost on every stat.
and it's really going to become difficult. You really think that Rushan's got to rely on that Iron Hand to wake up and deal that big damage to water type Dondozo.
So they're just clicking Earthquake.
Damage. That
Oh,
takes
it
out the
takes out
Iron
the Iron-
Hands.
Yeah, and Gastrodon didn't take it well either.
Yeah, Gaston still didn't want to eat that. Restoring health with the berry.
Now we wait to see what Gastrodon's going to click it. Earth, but oh, into the Tatsugiri, no.
Oh, it's predicting to hit the Iron Hands. And in
Oh.
comes Sizzle.
Oh, that's really tough for Rushan. I think Jamie really has control of the game now.
Yeah, certainly with a Dondozo, and like we say, if you don't have those surefire ways to get rid of the haze, the clear smog, it can really become a problem. But he broke it once, and let's see if he can do it again.
Another earthquake taking Gastrodon down to 25%. Trailblaze doing about 30%. Gastrodon with his earth power. Again, not doing much damage.
And he can't even rely on the special defense drop because the Sizzle next to him is a special attacker.
The Gastrodon does have protect, so he might click it here. Let's see. Oh, no protects from Rushan's side.
With the Dondozo protecting, though, we'll have to just see both moves obviously hitting the protect. And yeah, it's really the pressure's on Rushan, I think, because Dondozo can really run away with this match if he doesn't deal with it promptly.
Yeah, another Trailblaze from the Sizzle. Puts the Dondozo into the orange health.
Go for the Earthquake. Can Rushan survive this?
Oh, it takes out the Gastrodon and leaves Sizzle on about 10%.
And that Sizzle seems to be faster now, but it's still got two other Pokemon to deal with.
Exactly. I think this game might be in Jamie's favour by now.
Yeah, it seems to be so. Especially that Iron Hands comes out. It's got that priority fake out, which I think on its own will be enough to finish Sizzle.
Definitely. And it shows you how strong Tatsugiri is on its own, considering it won game one, of course.
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, the team's so weakened. I think if you bring if you play a Dondozo, you're so weakened by that end. And as we see there, the fake out does take out the Scizor.
Yeah, and a 2-0 for Jamie Boyd.
Yeah. The first game certainly was went right down to the wire. This game maybe was a bit more in Jamie's favour. Unfortunately, we didn't see the power band Screamtail.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, no luck that time. But I think Jamie brought the right team for the matchup.
Yeah, certainly. And like I say, Dondozo, if you don't have the way to clear the stats, it can really run through teams. And I think that's what we've seen here today.
Yeah, and Rushan played really well as well. Both games were really close. Obviously, game one was a 0-0 win, coming down to the Tatsugiri passing away from the Life Orb.
Yeah, exactly. Play someone like Jamie who has those previous results. It can be, it can be really daunting, but definitely Rushan stepped up to the occasion, I thought, and it was unlucky to split in that first game. Say maybe a few more things went different, he could have won.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you go to a local and you play someone who just top 16 at the most recent regional.
Yeah, exactly. And as I say, but Rushan thinks to be proud of the way he performed, and Jamie doing what Jamie does and playing well.
So yeah, we'll have an interview in the next few minutes. Obviously, going back to Jamie's team, the crucial moment for me was the Terra poison on the Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, exactly. And getting that resist in. And it really shows what Terra does. It can clear those maybe unfavourable matchups and helps with the Terra Blast. So we're going to go to a quick break now, and we'll be back shortly with an interview. Okay, welcome back. I'm here with Jamie. Jamie, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
What were your thoughts going through sort of during that game?
It didn't seem like he had like a true Dondozo answer. Like there was no clear smog on the Gastrodon or anything like that. It was like Iron Hands can hit it reasonably well, but that's about it. So as soon as it's in Earthquake range, it's fine. Apparently it wasn't in Earthquake range in game 1, but thought it would have been. But yeah, Dondozo was the key to that one, I think.
Yeah, certainly. So you must have sort of, when you saw in the team preview, there was no clear smog in that Gastrodon. Must have been a good sign for you. Although that last game, that first game, sorry, Rushem did manage to sort of take down Dondozo the old-fashioned way. Do you think things were getting tight then, or?
No, I knew my Terra Grass was going to be perfectly fine. It was just whether he managed to catch a protect with the Gastrodon or not and waste a turn to get the extra chip of the Trailblaze / do I miss my Muddy Waters? So
Yeah, that's always a risk with the Muddy Waters.
yeah.
So you brought pretty much the same team that we saw you sort of do well with Malmo at. So you're quite comfortable in using that team.
Oh, yeah, I've got no time to build something else. Like that was a week ago. I've got to do well in Premier Challenges and in Turin, and like yeah, I'm testing out a slight change. Like you'd have seen, there's the Skeledirge now instead of the Torkoal, but yeah, like this is basically a test for Turin.
Okay, yeah. So it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So with the Trick Room team, we were wondering whether you would sort of bring your Trick Room setter, obviously the Power Band, Screamtail being very much being talk of town at the moment. What made you sort of not bring that in the end?
Because I'm facing opposing Trick Room. If I'm facing opposing Trick Room, I don't need my Trick Room setter to get it, because either they'll do it for me or it doesn't actually matter, because the speed interactions are so close together that it doesn't really matter. We just go for a bulk it out kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it certainly seemed to that he had the right tactics winning the game. So we're having at the moment the previous opponent who we speak to in the interviews are giving Pokemon to use in your next tournament. You've been tasked by Costa to Scovillain in your next tournament. What would you like to set for the next person who comes?
Well, my next tournament is deciding if I get my World's Invite, so I think I will politely decline. But let's go for Kilowattrel for the next opponent.
Kilowattrel for the next opponent. Okay, thank you very much for joining me, Jamie, and good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back. We're about to just get started into the third game of the day. This is our first two seniors that are playing each other. Obviously, we've seen all the masters so far. Seniors, especially local events, they tend to be a little bit underrepresented. But yeah, we'll see just how they can do now.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people maybe criticize the seniors, say they're not as good as the masters, but obviously we've got these two here who are both undefeated. So that kind of exception to prove the rule, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing about playing these locals. You had the seniors versus the masters. So you had, the seniors can prove to the masters, that they're just as good when they make the step up.
Exactly. And we've got Oscar P versus Teddy F.
Here we go. Yeah, so let's have a look at the teams here. So Teddy seems to have a fairly sort of standard offense team. He's got the Among Us for the support, and then the Gyarados, which we're seeing a lot more on the rise for the attack. It seems to almost taking the place of Palafin.
Yeah, definitely. And we've actually got Oscar's team here. It's sort of a Tailwind team, but normally you would see a different one over the Roaring Moon. Perhaps an odd choice.
Yeah, but I suppose that it can hit back. The Thunder Fang as well, as I saw, is a very interesting one, and maybe it's exactly for the Gyarados.
Yeah, actually, I believe this is the same team they used at Malmo, which they happened to win.
Yeah. So it's proven to get results. So it's nice to see as well. They've both got a Murkrow on their team. Nice to see a non-fully evolved Pokemon getting its shine, even well after the first series.
Yeah, Murkrow had a kind of a peak in season 1, and then awful low, let's say, in season 2. But it's come back in season 3.
Yeah, it's fully in effect. I mean, it has all the tools it needs. It has that foul play for consistent damage, has the haze, tailwind, and it has pranks for sunny day as well, so it can set that sun manually.
Yeah, and something interesting I noticed is Oscar's Murkrow actually doesn't have haze. A lot of them haven't been running haze recently to accommodate for sunny day.
Yeah, so more preoccupied with boosting the boosting the speed, and we have a mirror match here to start. We have both of those Murkrows, along with two great tusks.
Yeah, so it's really going to depend on the training of each mon. Oscar's Great Tusk is Choice Scarf, though.
Yeah, exactly. So once it's locked into that move, it's going to have to sort of choose a move, as does Teddy's as well. So it'd be interesting to see what move they both click and how they play around that.
So Teddy just clicks Rock Slide and doesn't do too much. Oh, flinches!
Flinch.
Oh, no. And the foul play into the Great Tusk.
Not doing a lot of damage there. Obviously being resisted as being a dark type move, but it still gets a little bit of damage on the board for Oscar.
Yeah, and something we didn't mention about Teddy, he's actually undefeated in the EU region at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if he can keep that winning streak going. Certainly looks like a good start at the moment for him.
Yeah, I think he's definitely has the advantage at the moment.
That Great Tusk coming out. Maybe the Choice Guard not wanting to go for another Rock Slide.
Into the Gyarados, obviously lowering the attack of Oscar's side.
Yeah, that Intimidate coming in, and time again we've seen what a useful ability Intimidate is.
And Oscar just going for the Tailwind, staggering the Tailwind so he'll have it for longer in the battle.
Yep, we just see how he's up to take
no.
advantage. And that's Earthquake is going nowhere.
Yeah. So Oscar's unfortunately going to be forced to switch out the Great Tusk next turn.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, he'd be locked into that Earthquake. But like he has to bring another Pokemon in anyway.
Yeah, we're just seeing what Oscar decides to bring in the Iron Bundle. So I think that was a good decision to threaten the Gyarados.
Yeah, definitely. It not only did it lower attack, but it also locked it into that Earthquake.
So it's also Terra Flying, so it can't get away from super effective damage from the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, well, it has to. Does it predict the freeze dry, or does it keep its neutrality into the icy wind?
That's true, but obviously freeze dry can hit it both times. So Oscar's really has an advantage at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that's his priority at the moment is to try and get rid of that bundle.
So we're just waiting to see what both. Okay, Oscar decided to switch out the Great Tusk, which was obviously locked into Earthquake and couldn't do much there.
Yeah, the only Pokemon that would have hurt was his Iron Bundle. And
So,
Chi-Yu coming in, setting off that Beads of Ruin.
oh, we're seeing a Terror on Teddy's side. I believe into the Gyarados. Yep,
Yeah.
into the Gyarados. So the Flying Terror.
Yeah, there we go, the Flying Terror. And that gets rid of its 4 times weakness of the Freeze Dry. And
Oh,
yeah, there we go, into the Freeze Dry.
Oh,
still
doing
doing a lot of
90%.
damage.
Obviously, the Chi-Yu lowering the special defense of the Gyarados.
Yeah, definitely. And here we go, it's going to get hit back. Terror Blast. Gyarados losing HP through the Life Orb.
Oh, the double into the Iron Bundle. And
And
Iron Bundle
Bundle's
is
been finished
down.
off.
That was really good turn for Teddy.
Yeah, once again, which we've seen a lot today, swinging back that momentum from these positions. And Great Tusk coming back in.
What I like about Great Tusk's position here is it can just click Rock Slide, assuming it has it, which it does, as we can see.
Yep, and hoping it doesn't miss as well, and maybe getting a lucky flinch. But such is the way of Rock Slide.
Yeah, it's a really risky move, but in my opinion, it's probably the best way for Oscar to come back in this game.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll see how it plays out. And
So obviously, Teddy has already used his Terror. I don't believe Oscar has.
Oscar hasn't used his Terror yet. You think it may be he will with his Chi-Yu just to get rid of that water weakness?
But there's no need to use it now. There's no real need. There's nothing forcing him to use the Terror.
Yeah, it's certainly not forcing to a error.
So Teddy just switching into the Great Tusk. As we see the Rock Slide, taking out the Gyarados. Doing minimal damage to the Great Tusk. 4
Yeah.
times resisted.
Yep. There we go. The Gyarados is going down. And once again, it looks like, it's...
Oh, and the Heat Wave just takes the Great Tusk out. Another momentum swing.
There we are. Yeah, it just seems to be going both ways. And now it's really going to come down to the wire. Also, the Tailwind going out for Teddy as well.
Yeah, the games keep switching who's winning. It's difficult to tell.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to come right down to the wire. And here we are, the Fluttermane being revealed.
So the Fluttermane can obviously threaten the Dazzling Gleam to hit both super effectively. Obviously, Oscar has the Terror on the Great Tusk, which is Steel, to help it resist that.
Yeah, it just looked like he was going for that. Hopefully as well, he can get off the Rock Slide.
Yeah, obviously, it's all dependent if it connects.
Yes, yeah, such is the way of Rock Slide. And maybe hoping for a lucky flinch as well.
Well, yeah, that's definitely a bonus of the Rock Slide move. Yeah, as we see, the Terror.
And that's going into, as we thought, that's going into the that Great Tusk. So now that's going to resist Fluttermane. And yeah, you don't want to be getting super effectively. Although it's now neutral to foul play.
Teddy setting up the Tailwind just to ensure the Fluttermane outspeeds. Oh, it still doesn't outspeed. Oh, Murkrow avoids.
And is that Fluttermane it hits the Moon Blast into Chi-Yu. And Chi-Yu's down.
Chi-Yu goes down.
And it looks like Oscar's on the sort of the back foot. But I think still there's Rock Slide. He can hit both opponents and he can still do a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, the Moonblast going in again, doing about 60%. The foul play. And the Great Tusk is down.
And like we said earlier, Murkrow with that foul play, it can do consistent damage as it works off the opponent's attack stat.
A really close game again.
Yeah, it come down right to the wire. It's such a great games we're being treated to today. That no game seems has a clear winner. So if you're going into this, if you're Oscar, how would you sort of feel this next round?
It's difficult to know how to feel obviously you might want to change something up, but he was doing well for most of the game. He did obviously miss a rock slide.
Yeah, yeah. And once again, that's something that can change the whole course of a game, the rock slide. When it hits, it's brilliant. When it misses, you often, could be the reason that you lose.
Maybe I'd like to see the Roaring Moon. It's obviously Terra's Steel to help it versus the Fluttermane.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see it come back. Or does he go for the same team? I mean, he only just sort of lost out. So does Oscar put faith in the same team?
It's really dependent on how much he's played this team.
Yeah, the faith in the team. But at the moment, it looks like Teddy is carrying on with his winning streak.
Yeah, it's true. Still undefeated.
Yeah, continue. We'll see as we go into the second game.
Oh, and Oscar locking in very quickly. Still deliberating.
And for the moment, it does look like he is going with that same team. Just changing up the order slightly.
Yeah, perhaps leading the Iron Bundle to have the speed advantage.
Yeah. And obviously the momentum is with Teddy. Teddy's got that one game in hand. He can maybe take a few more risks, whereas Oscar has to think maybe a bit more strategically.
Yeah, when you have a one-game advantage, you can take a few more risks. So we will have to see how Teddy plays.
Yeah, exactly. Oscar's still sort of deliberating on his team. As you can see, he's thinking very hardly that he wants to win this game.
Yeah, and thinking about the Flut... Oh, he locks in the Fluttermane, so no Chiyu next game.
Okay, yeah, so they want that one change coming through. But we'll see how it stands out.
So the game is loading. So like I said, there was the Iron Bundle Murkrow lead. And we'll see what it's facing down.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Great Tusk Murkrow.
Great. So Tailwind's going to go out for both teams, you'd think, in this first round. The booster energy coming through there. So Iron Bundle speed is going to be heightened, which hopefully means it can outspeed, especially with that Tailwind coming through as well.
Yeah, and the Iron Bundle can hit both of Teddy's Pokemon super effectively. So really good lead for Oscar.
Yeah. So does he switch out? Does Teddy Terra? Or does he hope for a Hydro Pump miss maybe on Great Tusk?
Yeah, he obviously could Terra the Great Tusk. It's a Steel Terra, so he should be able to take one Hydro Pump.
Yeah, hopefully with the Rock Slide, hit it back for a lot of damage.
Yeah, so Oscar's still taking a lot of time to think about what move to click.
Yeah, here we go. Certainly deliberating. This first round is going to be a big one, I think.
And we see the Terra on Oscar's side, I believe. And it's into the Iron Bundle, the Ghost Terra.
Ghost type, so being able to be immune to any of those fighting type moves, and maybe just taking the edge off its rock weakness as well.
Yeah, good call from that. And we see a Terra, I'm assuming, to the Great Tusk.
That would seem to be the play. Yeah, there we go. Great Tusk.
So both using a defensive Terra.
Yeah. So neither of their moves getting boosted. Great Tusk doesn't have Iron Head, and Iron Bundle not having any. So yeah, just seems to be all to mix and match their resistances really.
Oh, and Oscar's Murkrow doesn't click Tailwind, interestingly.
He's projecting the outside, and he does go for that Hydro Pump, and it does a lot of damage as well, doubling into the
Great
Tusk.
Tusk is down, turn 1.
There we go. And definitely great start for Oscar. I don't think he could have hoped for a much better first round.
Not only that, he can obviously use Tailwind this turn and have it for one more turn longer.
Yeah, which seemed to be the tactic last game as well. You spoke about staggering the Tailwind. Fluttermane coming in.
Now, obviously, Teddy does threaten a double KO with Dazzling Gleam on his Fluttermane. So Oscar's going to have to think about that and decide what to do.
Yeah, also having to predict for a possible Shadow Ball into the Iron Bundle.
So Oscar could just play defensively, protect Iron Bundle, just get the guaranteed Tailwind.
Yeah, that would be would be a good move. Here we go. Still breaking out what's happened, and Iron Bundle protecting.
Oh, Teddy's Murkrow setting up the Sunny Day.
And that'll get the Photosynthesis boost. And this boosting Fluttermane special attack, which means it's going to hit twice as hard the next turn.
And as we predicted, Oscar's Murkrow clicking Tailwind.
Yeah, so Oscar's got the speed advantage, but it certainly still doesn't want to underestimate the Fluttermane.
And obviously Oscar's Murkrow fainting here. But if I'm Oscar, I'm not too angry about that.
No, it set up the Tailwind. I think that was the main thing that he brought it in for. So it certainly served its purpose well.
Now, obviously, Oscar threatens the Icy Wind, and also, depending on the training of his Fluttermane, could also be faster than Teddy's Fluttermane.
Yeah, there we go. Also, obviously gets that Protosynthesis boost as well from the sun that Teddy set up.
And both players have used Terra. There is no Terra to defensively avoid the Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, so in essence, we know all the resistances, we know all the super effectiveness now. But as I say, the Iron Bundle, it's gone from that neutral to Fluttermane's hits to now weakness to that Shadow Ball.
Teddy just going into the Gyarados.
It's got the Intimidate, which doesn't really matter. 2 special attackers.
Yeah, not really too useful in this matchup. Oscar just using the Icy Wind, lowering the speed of both opponents.
To about 50% to the Murkrow.
So Oscar should also be... there we go, the Fluttermane Dazzling Gleam.
And there we go, taking out the Murkrow and bringing the Gyarados to very low health.
Yeah, and Teddy not looking in a great position here. Oscar's got the speed advantage and the Pokemon advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So he's certainly in the driver's seat. The Gyarados as well is certainly a risk from that Life Orb recoil.
Yeah, and I think for Teddy, he has to hope for a miss.
Yeah,
Icy Wind.
let's hope for it. And also that Freeze Dry as well, if he clicks that into Gyarados, will certainly do big damage.
So we're just seeing what Oscar's thinking about. I think he's considering the Icy Wind because obviously can hit both opponents, hoping it might take out the Gyarados from that health.
Yeah, well, looking for what Gyarados has left, and it's a neutral hit, so I certainly feel it will take certainly the KO will come with the Life Orb recoil. Oh, going for the Helping Hands.
I think that was a really good play by Teddy. Gyarados is obviously going to faint this turn, so may as well get some use before it dies.
Yeah, oh, it just survives.
Oh, it takes the Icy Wind. But Oscar's
Yeah, certainly not going
Fluttermane.
to take the Dazzling Gleam. Oh, and Fluttermane only just manages to. And you think it will hit back with the Dazzling Gleam of its own. There we go.
Doing significant damage.
And that's taken out the Iron Bundle.
But I still think...
Let's look at the Fluttermane
we didn't
as well.
see... Sorry, on our screen we didn't happen to see the Fluttermane painting.
So there we go. The double, like you say, the Helping Hand sort of really served its purpose there. And back in comes the Iron Tusk.
Yeah, so we're just going to see what boost it gets. It gets an attack boost, but I believe it's the Choice Scuff set, so we'll have to see what the training is on both Pokemon.
Yeah, it really depends on the speed here. Great Tusk obviously being weak to the fairy moves. It's not going to want a Dazzling Gleam.
There's not really too many decisions for both players. I believe both Pokemon are choice locked.
Yeah, so I think just deliberating on whether they can continue or does one of them forfeit.
Maybe just thinking about plans for Game 3.
Yeah, that's probably what you think of going to this.
And there we go.
Tusk goes first for the Headlong Rush.
There we go. So Oscar is going to make it 1-1.
So there we go. So potentially Teddy his win streak's at risk now.
I really like the way Oscar played that game. He played it so well with getting the staggered Tailwind and getting the KO turn 1.
Yeah, you can really see that he learned from game 1 what the gaps were in his team, and he filled them up for this round.
Yeah, and Teddy's going to really think how to stop that happening in Game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last game essentially came to a speed time. It really shows. We were speaking about Murkrow before the game, how that Tailwind can set you up for late on in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, it'd be interesting to know the training, obviously, on both Murkrows. Do they both have max speed? Obviously, you would assume that, but you never know.
Yeah, exactly. And well, neither do they know, so they just have to sort of hope for the best. But I think Tailwind, it seems like it's going to be going up in these games. They both have brought Murkrow both games, so it seems like speed control is going to be something that's in effect.
Yeah, I really think it is a speed war. Whoever gets the Tailwind last per se.
Yes, yeah. Like you say, the staggering of the tailwind really seems to be a theme at the moment of this match.
Yeah, so we're just gonna head into game 3 in the next minute or so. They've brought the same Pokemon both games. Do you think there'll be any changes? Obviously, we saw the Iron Bundle of the Chi-Yu, but any changes?
I think they'll probably want to keep the same team. I think, as I said, the last game was enough to see that they both really can get the results for the team. I'm surprised that I'm not seeing the Among Us, but maybe that's something that will come. It's always something you've got to watch out for on Teddy's side.
It's really tough to bring the Among Us, obviously, into Roaring Moon, Chi-Yu, Iron Bundle.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It has that water terror. It can, if needs be. It's certainly not leading, as he leads with Murkrow and Chi-Yu.
Okay, Murkrow and Iron Bundle on Oscar's side.
And like we said before, I think it is going to be a case of another Tailwind war going.
Yeah, obviously the terror on this Chi-Yu is Ghost, so it can avoid a super effective Hydro Pump and retaliate with a Life Orb, Heat Wave, or Dark Pulse.
Yeah, which will certainly do a lot of damage. I doubt the Iron Bundle would go into Ghost for the risk of a Dark Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar could just play defensively and click Protect to scout what moves Teddy might click.
Yeah, that would certainly be a good idea to see if he plays his hand with the Terror, and then he can sort of act around there. Icy Wind may be a safe option as well, just lowering the speed and maybe sort of serving him a bit later on in the game.
I think the Iron Bundle is going to be super essential in this match. You see how much it did game 2.
Yeah, exactly. It really seemed to make the difference. It was, I think, it was one of the key cogs in Oscar winning.
Oh, we see a Terror on the Murkrow. Very rare.
Yeah, very rare. It's not often what you use for your Terra. Hopefully to get rid of that flying type, I think, for near the ice type moves.
And Oscar just going to play it safe, click Protect.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it's certainly scouting out to see what happens with the Chi-Yu. Does it change that Terra type?
Oh, we see a sunny day from Oscar. Maybe staggering the tailwind again.
Yes, it seems to be. And it means that Heat Wave is going to be doing a lot of damage.
And the Heat Wave connects, brings
the
Murkrow down to Sash. Does it burn? I don't believe so.
Hasn't got the burn, no. But it certainly seems that Chi-Yu hasn't. So if you're Oscar, do you go for the Hydro Pump into Chi-Yu, or do you predict now is the turn it's going to Terra?
I think he could click the Hydro Pump to the Chi-Yu. It doesn't really lose much if the Chi-Yu clicks Protect, to be honest.
Yeah, and I also see a taunt going into the Murkrow. I'm not sure if he's predicting here, because... or maybe... oh no, maybe now, sorry, it's now terrored out of that Prankster immunity.
Yeah, really good spot from you. Obviously, it had the Terror immunity thanks to the Dark type. Oh!
There we go, blocking the Tailwind. And also the Hydro Pump hits as well.
Oh, but it takes it really well. And she responds with a Heat Wave. Takes out the Murkrow and takes out the Iron Bundle.
And yeah, we're thinking that the Hydro Pump really would have done a lot more. It's obviously been trained to survive those Hydro Pumps. I presume that's something that Teddy's factored for.
Well, yeah, of course. We can't forget it's in the sun, which Oscar actually set up, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I believe it was Teddy that set it up to boost it. So, yeah, Hydro Pump hitting, but not doing the damage you want to. But I feel he's in a better position now. He's got the Great Tusk and the Flutter Mane, who are both boosted by that Protosynthesis ability.
Yeah, it's not too bad for Oscar. He gets his 2 sweepers per se versus Teddy's team.
Yeah, exactly. He can fully go on the offensive now. I think the Tusk is probably going to be key. Maybe we'll get the Rock Slide in.
The main issue here is obviously Oscar has to lock into a move on both Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. He really has to show his hand early, and maybe hoping the other Pokemon he can sort of hit for at least neutral damage as well.
Yeah, so opponents still thinking about... Oh, there we go. A switch from
Murkrow coming out. And he brings in his own Flutter Mane.
So that should take the Dazzling Gleams well, but we'll wait to see what the Great Tusk clicks.
Yeah, the Rock Slide, if that comes out, that may be an issue. Going into a Terra now.
on the Flutter main, which is the Fairy Terror.
Which means that Dazzling Gleams do 2 times damage, which could be a lot more stacking up damage in addition to the Rock Slide.
And the Rock Slide just takes out the Chiyu and does about 50% to the Flutter main.
And here we go. Now we see the Dazzling Gleam.
Will it take it out? And the Flutter main
Yes.
faints.
And once again, the momentum just swinging back and forth. It really depends on what Teddy's last Pokemon is now, because it's got to face those 2 spread moves, particularly with the Flutter main, and both boosted by the sun.
Yeah, so Teddy brings out the Murkrow and the Great Tusk.
And Great Tusk isn't going to match up too well into Flutter main. I suppose he just has to hope that he can get a shot off on the Flutter main first.
Oh, he tried to click another move, but obviously he's only locked into the Rock Slide.
So it may come down to what the interaction with Flutter main.
Oh, Teddy gets a Tailwind up, assuming a headlong rush into the Flutter main. Oh, Oscar's still faster.
And a
Headlong
headlong
rush.
rush, yeah.
Into the Flutter main. Does it go down?
And
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
It does go down.
so once again, it's coming back into Teddy's favour. You know, his Great Tusk is locked into Rock Slide. It can't really touch the other Great Tusk too much.
And Oscar not even want to play out, just forfeiting.
And Teddy continues his winning streak. And I suppose we see there really the fact that he was able to bring that game back around into his favour really shows why he's gone on this streak.
Exactly. It really shows the skill of an experienced player. You wouldn't think Teddy is a senior.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the Master's got to watch out when
Yeah.
Teddy becomes old enough to join them.
I think it's another interesting matchup where you have Tailwind dominating the match as usual.
Yeah, that's something we seem to have seen today. A lot of Tailwind. Obviously, we saw the Talonflame earlier. This time it was the Murkrow. Either way, getting that priority Tailwind in.
Yeah, and we saw tactics of when to click the Tailwind.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. It's not just about clicking the Tailwind. It's knowing the right time when to. If you click it too early, then obviously you're going to run out first. So in the late game, the person who gets the last Tailwind off really is an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And interesting, we didn't see the Royal Moon that whole battle.
Yeah, I suppose with the Flutter main sitting in the back, it's something you've either got to play your hand in terror, because it is 4 times weak to those Dazzling Gleams.
Yeah, the Royal Moon actually reminds me of the Dragonite. It kind of forces you to reveal your hand in terror in most matches.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe I think that was something that he just didn't want to go for. I think he wanted more flexibility with his terrors. I mean, we saw the Iron Bundle terror. So I think that was it. I think he wanted to keep his options open.
Yeah, and interesting that the Murkrow terrored in the match.
Yeah, that's something often we don't see. Like we said, there was a lot of defensive terrors.
So yeah, we're gonna just head for a quick break.
Yeah, we're going for a short break, and we'll be back with you soon.
And welcome back. I'm with the winner of the last round, Teddy. How are you feeling, Teddy?
I'm feeling quite good. Game 3 was quite close. Like, I was very scared of the rock slide French, but, he didn't get it, so that was quite lucky.
Yeah, definitely. Have you played Oscar before?
Yeah, I played him at Malmo, in round 4.
And how did that go, if you
Uh,
remember?
I 2-0'd him with Screen Pearl.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So, overall feelings about the match?
I think he played very well. I think I played well. It's just, game 3, I really got him with the lead. It's like the lead is very, like, dependent in the match.
Yeah, definitely. The lead is so imperative in the tailwind matchups. You kind of want to stagger the tailwind, but then you obviously want to get up as well. It's a very difficult mind game with your opponent. So, for players who don't know you, could you talk about some of your accomplishments you've had?
Well, I started in 2018. I got top 8 at Worlds there, and then 2019 was like one of my best years. I won an international, and then I got second at Worlds, and I won a couple of regionals. And then like lockdown and stuff, and I got top 16 at Worlds in 2022, and then I've done very well at the last regionals. Um,
Yeah, really a lot of accomplishments there. And
yeah.
obviously, you didn't even mention top 4 at Malmo.
Yeah, I got top 4 at Malmo after going 5-0, but like, yeah, I played kind of badly in my top 4.
Listen, it happens. We all have games we don't perform well in. Hopefully, it's about how you adapt.
Yeah.
So, going forward from today, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm actually feeling quite confident for today. Obviously, seniors, you don't have to be that nervous because it's like very little people. But I picked the team like very recently. I was still using Screamtail, and yeah, the team's been really good. I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, how was it playing Masters? How different it is, in your opinion?
I don't really notice it. Like, I don't, I don't know. Like some masters can be very scary. Like I don't know if I really want to play like Taran or Demi Boy, but
Yeah, of course.
like some of them it's just like a bit 50-50. It's not that bad.
Yeah, no problem. And we're playing a fun game here where the last guest, the last interview, picked a Pokemon for you to use on your next team, and that was Jamie Boy.
Yeah.
So he picked Kilowattrel for you to use.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So do you have anything you'd like the next interviewee to use on their team?
Meowscarada.
Yes, of course. Really good in season 1.
Yeah.
And had a bit of a fall from grace.
I still think it has potential. Yeah.
Definitely. I think we've seen it top cut every regional. Day 2 rather. Every regional. So some people are still getting the best out of it.
Yeah.
Any particular set or?
Probably Scarf or Sash.
Scarf. I've never seen the Scarf set.
Well, it outspeeds and Flower Trick's great Tusk, and like it can be good into Sash Bundle and stuff.
Interesting. I'll have to try that on my new team.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to be heading for a bit of a lunch break, so we'll see you after that.
Hello, welcome back to the stream for Orpington PC. So we've got another game coming up. Two great players. This looks like it's going to be a great match.
Yeah, so we've got Taron Birdie versus Richard Hodge. It's going to be an interesting match for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are two players who sort of proven themselves. What sort of do you think is your thought when you're going in against a player like that who has those achievements? What do you think is going to be their sort of mindset going against each other? They know the other person's got achievements. They know the game well.
Yeah, when you see Taron on your opponent list, it's like drawing Man City in the cup. It's
Yeah.
not looking too good. So
Yeah.
yeah, he's a very intimidating player. Obviously, he won Perth Regional in Australia, and he's had some good finishes in Malmo recently. So
Yeah, exactly. And Richard, of course, being being accomplished as well. So I don't think there's going to be any clear favourite going into this match. I think they're just both of them are going to be going to definitely have to play their best game to get results.
yeah, definitely. And obviously, when you go into a match with a player who maybe has more accomplishments than you just can't be intimidated. You've just got to play your game.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got 6 Pokemon, your opponent's got 6 Pokemon, so there's an equal chances. I think a lot of it's just how you play. I also see we have another Tailwind potentially coming up. This is something we discussed, so the amount of Tailwinds that we've seen.
Another Tailwind game, yeah. We can't get enough of them. So, yeah, when I look at Taron's team, it's similar to, I believe it was Teddy. It was Teddy's team. We saw
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah. With we have
Obviously the Murkrow again.
the Ghost Murkrow, yeah.
Yeah, either like Murkrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's either Sash or Evilite are the main things you're going to run on Murkrow. It's there to set up Tailwind, it's there to set up Sunny Day. So I think you either go for the Evilite and try and give it some bulk, or the Focus Sash just make sure it gets at least one Tailwind off before it goes. And the Talonflame, the other Tailwind setter on Richard's team, going for the with the Covert Cloak. Obviously, that's going to prevent any fake outs. It's going to prevent any sort of if it lives a rock slide, it can prevent a flinch.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. If it lives a rock slide.
Yes, that's a big if.
Yeah.
Another Pokemon I see coming back on Rich's team is Goldengo, which we tend not to see. I remember Series 1, sort of Series 2, it was very popular. It was almost everywhere. This series, it seemed to have sort of fallen a bit. But let's see. Let's see if Richard can sort of show what he can do.
Well, the issue is Fluttermane.
Yes, exactly. This is that and the when you have 4 Dark types running around.
Yeah, so I think we're heading to the first game soon.
Yeah, I believe we're just getting ready to start. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to this one. They say 2 great players, both of them. And let's see. So
yeah, we're heading into team preview now.
Yeah, so I suppose they have to, once again, they have to think about their opponent's team. They have to think that the opponent is going to use their Pokemon wisely, so they have to as well. If you're sort of these players, what Pokemon are you keeping an eye on? What do you think you have in mind?
Well, like the last game, it really comes down to the Tailwind war. Whoever can get the Tailwind last without getting up, get it last while getting it up, will probably win the match. It's all about speed control in this match, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many Pokemon here that rely on their speed. We spoke about Fluttermane. If Goldengo can get extra speed, it can even sort of now it can be very dangerous. Particularly this one is Specs, so it's a Make It Rain's going to hurt both of your Pokemon.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at steel resists on Terran's side. He has got obviously Chew and Gyarados, but to Gyarados looks like a more offensive Gyarados set. Obviously, no Protect. So that might make a difference. Yeah,
that's So we know, and especially because there's an Iron Bundle as well on Rich's side of the field. If he brings that, then the Gyarados has to either Terra or it will have to eat a Freeze Dry, which it's almost guaranteed not to live really.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out one more thing. The Great Tusk, it's a Choice Scarf again. We keep seeing Choice Scarf Great Tusk.
Yeah, it seems to be a very running theme. I suppose if the sun's up, it's going to get that attack boost. There's no need. It doesn't necessarily need a choice band, but its speed is the one area where it's maybe considered to be lacking.
Yeah, so we just see TV now and both players considering what to bring.
Exactly, and I think this game one, this is well, like we said, if you've got a game up, I think this game one is where you could probably take the most risks because you don't know what your opponent's bringing. Your opponent has no prior form against you, and then that second game you have to sort of make your decision based on sort of past events.
Yeah, one thing I actually noticed was the Garchomp was clear amulet.
Yeah, that seems to be. I suppose it's certainly worked in this case. If the Gyarados comes out and the Gyarados gets off and Intimidate, Garchomp is then immune to that and can still put out maximum damage. And we know after all these years that Garchomp can do a lot of damage. Garchomp's always a Pokemon you have to watch out for.
Yeah, and especially with the space speed, it naturally outspeeds Chi-Yu. Obviously, we don't know the investments these trainers have got, but Garchomp is naturally faster.
Yeah, exactly, and that's gonna. I think that's gonna be a big thing, and that's certainly going to influence how Taron brings his Chi-Yu. And once again, these are all things you have to consider in the team preview. And I think every player has that halfway through a match. They should have brought this Pokemon, or maybe this Pokemon wasn't right for the matchup. One potential thing is that could really change the game is the trick on Rich Goldengo. If he gets a trick and maybe Taron gets to predict right, it could end up giving the specs to a Chi-Yu, or it could give it to a Mungus, which pretty much shuts the Mungus down.
Yeah, obviously, Mungus counterplay is really difficult to find in this metagame, and tricking a choice specs would definitely deal with it somewhat.
Yeah, exactly. So just if he gets to predict right, and here the game starts. Taron sending out Murkrow and Great Tusk.
We've got Iron Hands and Talonflame. So, like I predicted, both Tailwind setters at turn 1.
Exactly, and here we see how they play the Tailwind. I think we've referred to before as the Tailwind Wars, and we'll see who can get this off.
Yeah, it's a really difficult play for both players. Does Taron let the Great Tusk stay in, potentially taking a Brave Bird, potentially taking a Will-O-Wisp?
Exactly, and there's that fake out pressure as well from the Iron Hands, which is always something you need to consider the first turn it's out.
And Taron not taking that risk at all, switching into the Flutter.
And not only not getting the flinch, but no damage at all.
Perfect prediction by Taron. No fake out damage and only a burn on the Flutter, which is a special attacker. Yeah,
exactly. So that burn isn't going to make any difference. Here we go, and Murkrow going for a Brave Bird, and that's just under half, and that's going to take rid of that's going to get rid of the Gale Wings at least, so that Tailwind isn't going to be a priority anymore.
Yeah, interesting to see both players not clicking Tailwind.
Exactly, and maybe this is how we spoke before. They were trying to get the last Tailwind off. Both of them don't want to be the first one to Tailwind. Almost sort of a game of Tailwind chicken.
Yeah, definitely. And Richard, considering his options right now, obviously he does have the heavy Tailwind, which could considering whether that was an option. Iron Hands into Taron's team, it really does seem to threaten it.
Exactly, yeah. None of them really want to take an attack at me. Like you said, there's the heavy slam, especially now he's going for the Terror, so that gets rid of the one possible counterplay, which is a Moonblast into Iron Hands. So now it is immune.
Taron just setting up the Tailwind.
Taron's the first to blink with a Tailwind.
We'll see. Flutterman is faster than Talonflame. Or with the Tailwind, of course, yeah.
Goes into
and now it's taken out.
Richard has no options for that Tailwind now, so Taron has well and truly won the Tailwind Wars.
With a heavy slam, and Fluttermane is down.
And it's a 1-for-1 trade. Very interesting start to the game here.
It's difficult to know who got the better of that situation. Taron obviously got the Tailwind up, but he lost his Fluttermane.
Yeah, so now there's no burn option either. For which we saw that Iron Hands earlier. And out comes the Great Tusk. Yeah, so now there's no option to burn that. Or hit it with the super effective Brave Bird. However, Garchomp coming out.
I really like Garchomp's position in this matchup, actually. It's interesting, it's got no dragon move on this set. Choosing for the double ground coverage.
Yeah, and I mean, it also has that rock slide, so it has a backup plan just in case there's a miss on the rock slide. The Stomping Tantrum goes for double damage. I mean, we've seen Stomping Tantrum quite a lot this season, particularly. I know Tingley used to runs it sometimes to deal with the Fisher miss. So it'd be interesting to see how Garchomp utilises it in this match if it does.
Yeah, and obviously the Iron Hands, it's kind of actually afraid in this position because the Muckrow can hit it with a Brave Bird. Although it does have a good matchup against the Great Tusk, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So it chooses which one. I suppose it chooses which one to go for. Sunny Day coming out from Murkrow, which is going to set off that Photosynthesis boost.
With that, we'll see what the Great Tusk gets an attack boost. Okay, and it clicks Earthquake. So that's not going to hit its partner Murkrow, and it's going to do sizable damage to the Garchomp.
Yeah, a lot of damage to Garchomp. Obviously not touching that, hardly sort of doing any damage to the Iron Hands.
Now Rock Slide just was avoided by the Murkrow. How crucial was that avoid?
Yeah, well maybe, I mean, it depends how well Great Tusk can take that Stomping Tantrum if he does choose to go for it once again. Because that would be double damage. It's 175 base power move now. But does he go into that? You know, is he confident of how Great Tusk can eat that?
Great Tusk is locked into Earthquake, so Taran may consider switching. But obviously, the Earthquake can still do sizable damage to the Garchomp, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think he needs to be careful how he positions his Garchomp. Like you said, it has the potential to be a great point in this game, but he needs to keep it alive for that to be the case.
Introduce his switch into Chien-Pao on Richard's side.
And it's the that's interesting to note. It's got the Focus Sash, so it is going to survive this.
Yeah, it really does a sizable amount of damage to both sides, and the Brave Bird into.
And just surviving.
Barely survives.
And it once again it goes to show, even though Murkrow is not a not fully evolved Pokemon, it can still do quite a lot of damage. It's not just a Tailwind button.
And I think that will faint here after taking the recall damage.
Yeah, it's Wild Charge, taking out the Iron Hands.
So sort of an even board position at the moment. Although I will say Taran probably has the advantage at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, both of Rich's Pokemon are on medium health. You have to think that this is really sort of Taran's game, it seems, at the moment. And that, especially that Intimidate getting down the Chien-Pao. Also, remember, there's no Focus Sash, so it essentially has no item anymore.
Yeah, really good point. And I think the Gyarados with the Intimidate also threatening the Chien-Pao with the attack output.
Yeah, I suppose in terms of the Sword of Ruin, though, it's not as detrimental as it would have been in the Garchomp. Luckily, that has the Clear Amulet to prevent.
Okay, so we see double protect on Richard's side. Perhaps just stalling the Tailwind out?
Yeah, maybe also scouting just to see what the Gyarados is going for.
So, see the Earthquake, obviously doesn't affect the Gyarados.
Yeah, going to be a moot turn there, I think.
We'll see what the Gyarados decides to click itself.
And the Gyarados chooses to go for Waterfall, and once again being blocked by the Garchomp. So I wouldn't be surprised if Taran clicks the same buttons again. I mean, you know, he's fully in the driver's seat, I think, in this match. And I think Richard's just got to try and figure out how he's going to play against this, and hopefully gets the speed drop on Great Tusk.
Yeah, Richard's really in a tough position at the moment. Taran really has control of this game. We'll see what. Oh, the Gyarados is puts Helping Hand.
Here we go. This Great Tusk goes first. He's going to be really in trouble, and it does.
Does it take both KOs? It does.
Yeah, double KO. No surprises there.
Taran Birdie taking game on.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see how both players played. Maybe not quite as close as the other games we've seen today, but certainly players at this level. I think it's always going to be a difficult match.
But if I'm Richard, you can't get disheartened by losing one game. The series is not over.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's gained a lot of information from this match now. He knows how Taran likes to play this team, so he can use that in the next game to his advantage, I think, hopefully.
And definitely, I think one crucial part of the game was the Tailwind war, as I called it.
Yes, exactly. It's just something we've been seeing most of today is the tailwind, and I think once again, I think the Talonflame wasn't able to get the tailwind off. So maybe in the next round, if Richard does bring it again, he decides to play that in a slightly different way.
Yeah, so we're just going to be heading into game 2 shortly. Could Richard change, perhaps?
I think if I'm Richard, maybe I bring the Iron Bundle. I think it's quicker than a lot of things, and I think it's certainly the Tailwind would give it the ability to outrun a lot of Terran's team. Of course, you've always got to prepare as well for the Among Us. So I think Talonflame is a must to bring back.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously Iron Bundle is the fastest thing on the field, so it lets you pick the first move to click in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think certainly it matches up into it. It's super effective on the Chi-Yu, Freeze Strike super effective on the Gyarados, also on the Among Us. So I think if Iron Bundle gets played right, I think it can be the difference here. But I'm sure Taron's also aware of that, and he's made counter plans as well.
Yeah, both teams locked in with not much time to go, perhaps really considering what options will be used this game.
Yeah, and here we go into that second game, and let's see what they choose to lead. Do they lead with the same things, or let's see if they choose to mix things up?
If I'm Taron, I'd probably go with the same strategy.
Yeah, I think we spoke about this last game. When you were in that leading position, you have you have the freedom to sort of to change things up how you want, or keep them exactly the same. You don't have to necessarily stay as rigid as your opponent.
Yeah, I believe Taron clicking the same lead as game 1, and Richard changing up, I believe. But both Tailwind setters still on the field.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how important both these players find the Tailwind, that they both have brought them both games, and I wouldn't be surprised if it went to game 3 that they do the exact same. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens here, because Iron Hands doesn't have that fake out option. Obviously, it won't affect Fluttermane, and Murkrow can possibly Terra Ghost, so it'd be interesting to see if he does risk it with the Murkrow, or whether he just goes for another strategy entirely.
Remember that Fluttermane didn't really do too much last game. It fainted to a Heavy Slam from the Iron Hands.
Yes,
and
yeah.
Taron not risking it.
Yeah, he's taken it out. I think he's already thinking his logic. He's already scared off the fake out from Iron Hands.
Okay, Richard clicking Tailwind this turn.
Yeah, not making the same mistake twice, and make sure he gets the first Tailwind off.
And Taron not looking like he clicked clicking the Brave Bird. Oh, I really like that from Taron. Preempting that Talonflame would not kick Tailwind. Unfortunately, it has. But Taron can just click Tailwind this turn and delay it.
Yeah, exactly. And like we said, I think the second Tailwind is almost the most important one, because when you get into that late game scenario, you know that you've got speed control where your opponent hasn't. You know your opponent is most likely clicking Tailwind, but you know yours is going to be going on later on into the game.
I think it's a really pivotal turn on what Taron decides to lock into with the Great Tusk.
Yeah, exactly. I think if he goes for the Earth, the Earthquake's not going to do a lot, so I don't think that's really going to be an option. Particularly now as we're seeing the Terra.
Okay, Terra on the Iron Hand, so that's the Grass Terra, I believe.
Yeah, so Earthquake really not going to be an effective move at all this round. So you think he'd most likely go maybe for the Rock Slide.
We'll see if Taron predicted that by clicking Rock Slide. Obviously, much for getting the Tailwind up.
And
Great
yes,
clicking the Rock Slide.
and it missed Talonflame, the one Pokemon it wants to hit.
That's really unfortunate. And the Will-O-Wisp.
Oh, this has gone great for Richard. Getting the Rock Slide miss, managing to get that hit on the Will-O-Wisp as well. So now that Iron Tusk really is in a bad position. Also, but he turned to get the flinch on the Iron Hand, so not all bad for him.
Yeah, really tough turn. Really tough turn for Taron. Richard probably has the advantage now, but obviously Taron does have the delayed Tailwind.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe even if the Great Tusk doesn't have the power, it's got that speed advantage, and he knows he can save that for sort of later on in the game. He'll still have that speed advantage, whereas Richard may not possibly be able to set up again. It really depends on this Rock Slide hitting the Talonflame, and no, that's going to be the only Tailwind set up for Richard.
Even with the burn, it does not prevent the Brave Bird into the Iron Hands. does survive. Have to see what it retaliates with. Wild charge into the Murkrow.
And exactly the same as we saw the last interaction with Murkrow and the Iron Hands. Does the recoil take out Iron Hands? Oh, it just survives.
Now, unfortunately for Taron, obviously, his Great Tusk is burnt and the Iron Hand's really low. So, we're still not sure if Rockslide will actually take out the Iron Hands from this position.
Yeah, and also accounting for, of course, misses as well. However, the Rock Slide is super effective against the Chen Pao, so maybe that's the angle he goes for. Also, this Flutter Mane as well. You think its priority would be taking out Iron Hands, so it can avoid the heavy slam.
Also, the Sword of Ruin, of course.
Yeah, of course, making it a lot more. Not that I think the Sword of Ruin will make much. No, most heavy slams do take out Flutter Manes.
But the Rock Slide from Great Tusk might be able to take out the Iron Hands.
Certainly, yeah. As well, looks like we're about to find out.
Okay, we see a Protect.
And it does get the Iron.
Oh, it doesn't take it out. Oh, but the Flutter Mane retaliates with a Dazzling Gleam.
And I think, yeah, surely this is going to take it out. There we go. And that's the Iron Hands down. And it looks like a very similar position to how we ended the last game. Richard down to his last two Pokemon. And Taron having, once again, the Pokemon advantage. But he is now sending out the Iron Bundle, which you think would give him a slight advantage against the Iron Tusk. And I think it depends how he plays the Chen Pao.
Well, of course, but Taron still has Tailwind up.
Yes, exactly. However, I suppose Sucker Punch could also do some major damage to Flutter Mane.
So Taron's Rock Slide goes first, does about 40% to both sides, and Dazzling Gleam does the double KO.
Double KO. And there we go. Taron has taken this game, and he's taking this set as well.
Yeah, really strong display from Taron.
Again, like we said before, the tailwind being so crucial in that game. Neither of them wanted to click it first. I suppose the pressure was a bit more on Richard because he knew the Rock Slide was going to pretty much take Talonflame out. So it was running on limited time, where the Murkrow had a slightly more longevity.
Longevity, yeah. The Talonflame on Richard's side was really targeted by Taron. Particularly, he clicked Brave Bird both times into that slot.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's really important to see, with these great players, how you use the tools. You have the Tailwind, and like we say, just clicking Tailwind first isn't always the best option. Sometimes it's better to hold off on that. But great win for Taron.
And it really goes to show that if you do choose to pick a Tailwind team, you've got to have the matchup versus another Tailwind team.
Exactly. You're gonna see another Tailwind team. I think there's a lot of these archetypes. You're going to see other ones, and it's how you play against them.
Exactly.
So we'll be going to a short break now, and we'll be back with an interview with Taron. Hello, I am with Taryn. Taryn, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
What were your thoughts going into that match?
Um, I've not played Richard in a while actually. We played at locals back when they happened before COVID. I know he's good, and I didn't really know his team going into it, but when I saw it, it's Talonflame offense. I knew my plans, and it worked out quite well.
Yeah, it seemed it's something we've been seeing quite a lot today. The almost tailwind wars, and it seems that you sort of came fully prepared for the Talonflame cell and were using your Murkrows quite well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I like with Murkrow more than Talonflame is the ability to set Tailwind whenever you want, really. Where Talonflame, it gets it on turn one. If it takes a hit, it's not got priority anymore. Whereas with Murkrow, I'm free to Brave Birds, do what I want, and then set Tailwind when I need it. Yeah, at the latest opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and yeah, he seems to definitely sort of be prepared for that, and proving that Murkrow isn't just a tailwind button; it actually has some
No.
offensive presence.
I was surprised when it did so much damage to the Iron Hands. I was very impressed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we certainly were on the stream as well. Yeah, it packs quite a punch.
Yeah, I think I was using Foul Play for a while, but I like Brave Bird for more damage, really. It hits Fluttermane quite hard, Amoonguss, and apparently Terragrass Iron Hands as well.
Yeah, and we also saw that your Great Tusk was able to do great damage, but even though it was burnt, the Rock Slide was still causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, and that's kind of my aim in the matchup, really, is, get a bit of damage onto Talonflame, or if I can't, just, trade Tailwinds and Rock Slide it, and I have much more of a threat on their Tailwind setter than they do on mine. Even with the Iron Hands Wild Charging, I tried to put Pokemon next to it, next to Murkrow, that really drew its attacks away, like the Fluttermane, and in turn one, like of game one, like the Great Tusk, where he needed to fake it out, and give my Murkrow more turns, really.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And finally, our previous interviews have been setting Pokemon for the next person interviewing. So you've been tasking your next tournament to use Meowscarada.
Oh, I love Masquerada. Okay.
Who would you like to set for the next person? Are you going to be kind or cruel?
I'll give them Vivillon. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think it's really cool. So
Okay, so
yeah.
you're being kind this time.
I think so. I think so anyway.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the
Okay,
tournament.
thank you.
Hello, and welcome back. We are now getting into our next round. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss before we move into the top cut. So, Chris, if you're going into these rounds, what are you thinking as we kind of get closer to the top cut? What do you think these players are planning?
Well, obviously, there's not too many rounds left. You just need to keep focused and keep playing the best you can.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's so easy to your concentration really gets put to the test in these later stages. I think it's now when you see people sort of misclick and you see some people wear down. But we're shortly going to be going to Amrit versus Jordan, both 3-1. So both the momentum's very well with them at the moment. Are you excited for this game?
Yeah, definitely. I can't say it's players I'm too familiar with, but I'm happy to learn and happy to see what they bring.
Yeah, well, I suppose we have less of a prior form for these two, so we can really get surprised and really get caught out with some of the plays. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what they do. Interesting, we don't have a double tailwind; we only have the single tailwinds.
Yeah, and from Pelipper, which we haven't seen today.
Yes, yeah, the third tailwinder. I feel like
Yeah.
Murkrow and Talonflame tend to get the highlights, but we must remember Pelipper is also a tailwind setter.
Yeah, and definitely, and you can't disrespect it. It just won an event in Sweden, and it came second in Hartford.
Yeah, exactly. I think Rain, despite not being as popular as it was in previous generations, I still think it's a case if you ignore Rain at your own risk. You've got the Palafin, which is going to be powered up by that Rain. And of course, the Among Us as well is going to take less from those fire type attacks. So I think Rain's still very much a strong archetype.
Yeah, definitely. I think weather is always going to have a place in the meta.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the case with all weather, certainly. So we've had weather before. We'll have weather again, I'm sure. As we go on and on, we'll have even more weather. Amrit running a bit more of almost a hyper offense team. He's got the Screamtail, really the only one that provides pure support. And then the attack, he's got the Chempao, Goldengo, the King Gambit, of course the Fluttermane, and Iron Hands.
Well, unlike Amrit, we've actually got no Fluttermen on this slot. We've actually got Amoongus, Pelipper, Annihilate, Scizor, Palafin, and Ting-Lu.
Yeah, it seems the Sizzle seems becoming a bit more up in usage, maybe because it is so effective against Fluttermane with that technician boosted bullet punch.
Yeah, definitely. It's always going to have a place in the meta. It's got 130 attack. So,
yeah, exactly. And with strong priority, I mean, it's got the bullet punch, which is boosted by technician, obviously. So that becomes essentially 120 base power priority move, which is never something you could ignore.
Yeah, and what I really like about Jordan's team is what I would call unusual Terra types on this team. So we've actually got Terrifier Amoongus.
Yes, Terrifier. Normally they go for water. It's very interesting to see someone actually go for the fire.
Yeah, I would say I'm not Jordan, so I can't comment on what it's for, but I'm going to assume it's to resist freeze dry from Iron Bundle, whilst also maintaining a steel resist.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose with that being set up, it completely shuts down Bundle, barring a Hydro Pump, which if Iron Bundle's going to have to rely on to a move, you think Hydro Pump's going to be the better with the mischance.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, it also resists Fluttermane, so you don't have to be scared of Fluttermane if you Terra.
Yeah, always the big question you need to ask this generation, how does it match up against Fluttermane?
Yeah. And one more thing I'd like to bring up is the Terra Dragon Sizzle.
Yes, I'm interested to see if that comes into play and to what the plan for it is.
Yeah, it's kind of a risky Terra in a Fluttermane matchup. Also, obviously, Chempao.
Yes, exactly. But I'm sure there's a plan for it, and I look forward to seeing what that plan is. Let's look to get into the game now.
And one more thing I actually wanted to bring up is Amrit's Iron has safety goggles, and obviously Jordan has an Amoongus.
Yeah, exactly. So Iron Hands, yeah. we most likely will definitely see it for this game because it's certainly more than willing to equip with it. Although not as well as normally, because obviously the Terrifier, it now is just neutral against those electric type moves.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it'll be interesting to see if we'll see the Palafin on Jordan's side.
Yeah, definitely. Palafin's another Pokemon I think for this generation is going to continue being relevant. I think the play is a bit smarter for it now. We've seen the Storm Drains. I think people need to switch up than the just sort of the full water offensive.
Yeah, and actually I just noticed Amrit doesn't actually have a water resist naturally. He obviously, of course, has the 2 Terra Waters, but no natural water resist.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how he gets around the rain. But I'm sure Amrit has some tactics, but we'll see what those tactics are, especially with the double screens, the Scream Tail maybe, hoping to artificially boost that resist.
Yeah, we're just getting into the game now. We're going to look into the lead matchup.
And here we are. Let's see what their leads are going to be. It'll be very interesting to see if the rain gets set up straight away, or if Jordan saves that for a bit later on in the game.
Kingambit and Screamtail facing Palafin and Amoonguss.
And I think the leads we sort of thought we were going to say we expected to see Amoonguss. We expected to see the Screamtail as well.
Yeah, and very interesting boost on the Screamtail. It's actually Spadef boosted.
Yeah, I suppose it's to deal with those hits. Of course, it's weak to Shadow Ball, so maybe that's been the idea going into it. But staring down, obviously, Palafin, the physical attacker, and as every Pokemon is in this meta, fearful of Spore.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see what the Palafin's going to do. Will it just hard switch out? Will it click an attack? Will it protect?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've also seen, of course, it actually Terra in this Zero form to boost its attack and catch the opponent off guard. But like I say, it'd be interesting to see which way he plays it. He's going for the hard switch.
I think that was the right decision.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything it can really hit too hard for damage. Screamtail being extremely bulky and bringing in an equally bulky Pokemon, Tinglu.
So we just see the Protect on the Kingambit, probably just playing it safe and getting the Reflect up. Okay.
Yeah, and I presume the Spore is going to go into... Yeah, it's just to block it from the Spore.
Yeah, so I don't think either player's too angry about that turn.
Yeah, I think it almost equal standing. There was no damage that really went off. Amit probably got the better because he got the Reflect off. But we'll see how much of a difference that makes.
But Jordan obviously got the Palafin switched out.
Yes, yeah, that's another thing that's probably going to serve better later on in the game. He also switched the Amoonguss out, and Palafin's coming right back in.
So really aggressive switch to switch the Palafin in.
Yeah, I wonder what the prediction's going to be. I suppose they're not predicting for Amoonguss to be much of an attacking threat.
Should we see a Terror on the Kingambit into the flying type?
This is the Terror we normally see, isn't it, to stop that. But in the face of a Tinglu, which has Rock Slide, it's very risky.
Oh, we just saw the Disable, predicting the Amoonguss to stay in.
Oh, and also a Sword Stance going up on the Kingambit.
And Runation.
Runation cutting that HP in halves. Maybe softening it up for Palafin Jet Punch.
Again, it's tough. I think that was a neutral turn. Obviously, the Kingambit is set up, and that Sucker Punch with Black Glass's boost should do significant damage. But it's a 50-50 whether the Palafin also clicks Jet Punch.
Yeah, here we go into the mind games of Sucker Punch. Do they attack? Do they act passive? Obviously only 8 PP, so it's compared to 16 PP for Jet Punch. So we'll see how these mind games play out.
Yeah, Palafin just playing it safe, protecting. And the Kingambit also playing safe.
Yeah, so no one blinking on that one as of yet.
And we see the Disable into the Palafin slot.
Hoping to save that Jet Punch, I suppose, so it forces Palafin's hand.
Another Ruination into the Screamtail.
Yeah, and Ruination seems to be the more used of the moves. Obviously, it seems we've moved on from the Fisher days.
Yeah, interesting. Jordan actually doesn't have Heavy Slam on the Tinglu.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Normally, Heavy Slam's a standard move just for that one hit KO on the Fluttermane. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I think it's another 50-50 where the Jet Punch or Wave Crash is clicked into the King Gambit.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously that disable, Screamtails should be set on disable so it can stop whatever priority move it goes in for.
We're seeing a Terror, presumably on the Palafin.
I would presume so, yes, there we go. Terra Water, just hoping to do big damage.
I'm assuming to see a Jet Punch into the King Gambit slot.
I presume so with the increased priority as well.
Jet Punch gets clicked into
And
the
it
King
goes into-
Gambit. And it survives!
Doesn't get the KO.
And the Screamtail clicks player off, doing significant damage. And we see Kowtow cleave.
And that still keep the Palafin alive, and a throat chop.
The Palafin's only on 12 health.
Yeah, and I think this is where we're also going to see the Sucker Punch mind games come to play, because Palafin pretty much has to click Jet Punch now. Anything else, and it's going to get Sucker Punched.
Yeah, and obviously we see the Reflect coming in clutch for Amrit.
Yeah, exactly. When they got set up, you know, it's really sort of proving its way now. And I think it's similar to Tailwind in the fact they set up at the start of the turn, but it really serves you in the late game.
Yeah, but we've only actually got one more turn to Reflect because obviously the item was Booster Energy, not Light Clay.
Yeah, no Light Clay, boosting its special defense, making it bulkier, which seems to be doing well for it so far. But it is going to switch out, maybe hoping to set up another one later.
Into the Chien Pao.
Swords of Ruin, and so both those attackers are going to be weaker. Whoever gets the priority move, whether King Gambit or the Palafin, the other one's going to get significantly hurt.
Palafin just playing it safe, going for Protect.
And let's see what the King Gambit responds. Also was tempting to go
For the double Protect.
So
Okay.
neutral turn there, no damage changed. Both teams switching in a new Pokemon.
If I'm Jordan, I'm really considering what to do with that Palafin. Obviously, the Chien Pao is Sucker Punch. The King Gambit has Sucker Punch. So what will Jordan do?
Yeah, it's almost a sitting duck until both of these are taken out. King Gambit obviously a bit further on the way to being taken out. Also boosted by the Sword of Ruin as well. King Gambit essentially getting an attack boost as well. +2 from the Sword Stance. It's really going to hit hard.
King Gambit just going for Protect, which it was allowed to do because it failed last turn, obviously. Oh, Chien Pao predicts the Palafin switching. Ice Spinner into the Amoonguss.
And Amoonguss brings it into berry range. It's going to come back, and depending on who it targets. Oh, the Spore going into the Chien Pao.
Wow, really good play from Jordan to respond to that Ice Spinner prediction.
Yeah, definitely. Also predicting that King Gambit was going to protect. So that, you know, the Tinglu now can make the most of that. It most likely will survive any Sucker Punch from King Gambit, and its biggest threat, which is from the Chien Pao, is now fully asleep.
Yeah, obviously it comes down to speed ties because we don't know if the King Gambit or the Tinglu is faster. We'll have to see now. Oh, the Chien Pao obviously burning its sleep turn.
And here we go.
Oh, the King
Kowtow
Gambit.
Cleave.
So the King Gambit is faster than the Tinglu.
And that's enough to take out the Amoonguss. We'll see how Tinglu responds.
With a Rock Slide, and it does take out the King Gambit and does 30% to the Chien Pao.
So that's taken out probably the biggest threat, the +2 boosted King Gambit. Obviously, sleeping Chien Pao. Does he bring back in Palafin to try and get rid of that Chien Pao?
I think if you do so, you're creating another 50-50 situation.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the Chien Pao's asleep at the moment, so it's in Palafin's favour.
Yeah, but do you want to rely on sleep turns at this point in the game? It's a tough decision.
Yeah, exactly. And these are the sort of mind games you play, especially when it comes to Sucker Punch. It just creates those situations where it makes your opponent have to pick certain moves, make certain moves more viable than others.
Yeah, and I'm really worried about that Tinglu who cannot Terra out of its type and is facing down a Fluttermane and a Chien Pao.
Yeah, hopefully that Vessel of Ruin kind of brings down the special attack enough for it to survive this hit.
So Chien Pao stays asleep. We'll see what Palafin clicks. Palafin clicks Jet Punch.
As it goes into the Fluttermane.
Oh, and it just Okos.
And we've seen a lot of Fluttermanes trained to sort of survive those Jet Punch. This looks like this one is fully more going to attack and speed.
Exactly, and the Tinglu does significant damage with the Rock Slide.
And you think that Chen Pao's going to be waking up soon. Certainly Emirates hoping so.
I think Amrit's in a really tough position. He's kind of forced to click Sucker Punch versus the Palafin, but then it just allows Tinglu to attack into the Qian Pao and kill it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure how much damage Screamtail can really do to Tinglu.
Yeah, Screamtail not known for its offenses.
No, it's more known as support. It's got Play Rough though, so it has got a super effective hit. It just depends, like we said, on how much that's going to do. And also that Palafin needs to be dealt with if Amrit's going to sort of get into this game.
Okay, so the Qian Pao wakes up and takes out the Palafin.
And there we go, Palafin down.
We just wait to see what the Tinglu decides to lock into. Oh, the Screamtail misses on the Tinglu.
And that's the thing, yeah, Play Rough has missed. Stomping Tantrum taking out Chen Pao. And yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a quite bulky end game coming up.
Yeah, of course, we have the Sizzle out for Jordan.
Yeah, so it's obviously got that powered bullet punch, and you think this is really going to be the end game for Jordan.
Yeah, I think so. I think Sizzle has enough to take out the Screamtail.
Here we go.
Amrit probably thinking about what to do for game 2. Oh, it just cancels.
And
Yeah.
there we go. There's the forfeit. And so the game quite to the end. It was quite a mix and match of sort of Blaze being traded back and forth. What do you think Amrit needs to do going into this next game?
Well, the game really came down to getting the screens up and avoiding that Jet Punch KO onto the King Gambit. In my opinion, it is preserving the King Gambit.
Yeah, exactly. I think it definitely proved that it's worth within this match. It was a big threat. And I think just the Palafin he has to watch out for. I think that's the big difference. Jet Punch is going before Sucker Punch, so it doesn't have that priority.
Yeah, I would also maybe consider on Jordan's side maybe bringing something else. The Among Us, it did Spore, but apart from clicking Spore once, I believe it just fainted after that.
Yeah, but I suppose it did also give more freedom for the Tinglu to do what it do. It did shut down that Chen Pao and gave Palafin the freedom to be able to Jet Punch into the Flutter main.
Yeah, and if you're Amrit, maybe you consider Iron Hands.
Yeah, that would certainly be an option. It's got those safety goggles. Anyway, let's move back to the next game and see how they change up the teams, how they change up how they play.
So both players lock in really quickly, so they must have an idea of what they want to bring.
Yeah, let's have a look and see. Do they keep those same teams, or do you change? You know, the pressure being on Amrit at the moment.
Yeah, when you're a game down, you know, there's a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, you know, do you take the big risk or do you play it safe?
Well, we see the Golden Go.
Golding and the Iron Hands as well. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Obviously, immediately got that fake out pressure.
Yeah, and the Golden Go also has the trick possibility, I believe. Oh no, sorry, it's the nasty plot set, I believe. Sorry, my mistake.
So yeah, it can. I think it knows Palafin's going to switch out, but is it going to go for a nasty plot? The Among Us switching in. And it is
just
going for that
nasty
nasty plot.
And no fake out from the Iron Hands.
Yeah, maybe it's predicting a protect. Oh, double boost.
So it's actually the Sword Stance set, which has Drain Punch and Wild Charge.
Ruination being used on the Goldengo, which is it's an interesting choice. I thought he would go for a ground move, the Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, perhaps he was predicting a switch out or a detect on the Iron Hand slot.
Yeah, maybe predicting a Terra Water there. But yeah, Amrit's team now looking very threatening as he's got two boosted Pokemon looking down Jordan's team.
Yeah, and the Golden Go really going to do significant damage to both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Any an Earthquake can really do a lot of damage, and it won't do too much damage to the Among Us. Here we go for the Terra now from Jordan.
That's into the Water type on Golden Go.
Goldengo now going, possibly predicting that Earthquake and just trying to keep it to a neutral hit.
And we're also going to see a Terra on Jordan's side into the Poison Tinglu.
Yep, and that really sort of keeps its resistances up. However, though, it does lose the immunity to Iron Hands, but it gains a resistance to the Drain Punch.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make, but I think it might be good for this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll certainly see how it plays out. Make It Rain, knocking Among Us into berry range.
On Drain Punch, so the really good terror to prevent Iron Hands healing too much.
Yeah, exactly. Still such a bulky Pokemon. You do need to keep it, keep it in check. Clear Smog there, resetting the Sword Stance from Among Us.
Yeah, Jordan was kind of put in a rough situation there where both of Amulet's Pokemon was set up.
Yeah, exactly. I think he just didn't want to take those repeated hits. Obviously, the Terror, he got rid of Run, Drain, Punch, but Iron Hands was eventually going to switch up its moves.
Yeah, and the Amoonguss can actually click Clear Smoke into the Golden Go now.
Yeah, exactly. Losing that immunity, and this really shows that the double-edged sword that is Terror. It is no longer damaged by any dark moves or earthquake move, not super effective, but it also loses that immunity to poison.
So Jordan going for an aggressive play, switching Palafin hard in, and Make It Rain doing significant damage to both of the parties.
And that special defense right now bring it into neutral. Wild Charge coming in, and it's not going to be doing too much damage. Also, the Goldengo having its special attack drop in that Vessel of Ruin.
Yeah, that's very true. Couldn't do the amount of damage it really wanted to do.
Yeah, hoping maybe that Nasty Plot was going to sort of outdo the Vessel of Ruin.
Hammer bringing that Chen Pao in. So it creates another mind game where Palafin is not in an ideal situation because Sucker Punch can hit the Palafin.
Yeah, exactly. And if it doesn't go for that priority, it's of course less open to a Wild Charge from Iron Hands.
Yeah, and the Tinglu is on such little health, so any move will hit it, make it faint.
Yeah, exactly. But there is the possibility, I suppose, of them doubling into the Tinglu.
I think that's a really safe play, especially because it's Assault Vest. So any attack you go into it will automatically move to the other opponent.
Yeah, exactly. And he is going into the Tinglu with the Ice Spinner. And gets the KO on Tinglu. And there we go. And also bring out the special attack. Not there are any special attackers on the field at the moment. A Wild Charge going into that Sizzle there. And it seems like it's all going to come down to priority. We've got the priority Bullet Punch. We've got the Sucker Punch and the Jet Punch.
Yeah, I think Amulet's really taken hold of this game. Chien-Pao really threatening the Amoonguss. Obviously, the Sizzle can revenge. However, the Chien-Pao is Sash.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to need at least 2 hits to take it out. Also, that Iron Hands with safety goggles, so it's immune to Spore.
And immune to Rage Powder.
Yeah, exactly. So it can target down that Scissor freely.
Yeah, and obviously the Amoonguss also doesn't have Protect.
Yeah, so Among Us force the clicker move. There's no the only way it can avoid it, switching out. It does have that regenerator ability though, so if it does survive a hit, it's free to gain a bit of health back while it's bringing Palafin back in.
So Sizzle just getting the Bullet Punch, bringing the Chien-Pao down to Sash. Ice Spinner into the Amoonguss. Does it tank? Oh, it does, but will it take
it's taking the Wild Charge as
double
well?
up? And it goes down.
There we go. No redirection. Doesn't also have that fear of sleep.
And Jordan's final Pokemon is obviously the Palafin.
Yes, and this creates an interesting situation. That Chien-Pao has the Sucker Punch, but Jordan has 2 priority users on his side of the field.
He also has Protect on both users, so it's a really 50-50 on what he clicks Sucker Punch into.
Yeah, does he know which one attacks, which one defends, and obviously Amulet's got to guess the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's a really tough turn. It can go either way from this game. Chien-Pao just going for Protect.
Playing it safe, and it really depends on what the Iron Hands is going to do here.
Palafin choosing to attack into the Chien-Pao slot. We'll see what Sizzle does. Choosing to Sword Stance.
Okay, so its Bullet Punch is going to do a lot more damage now. but it depends what the Iron Hand's going to. Goes into Palafin.
And I believe that's a KO.
Yeah, that gets the KO. So 2v1. Yes, that's that priority move at +2, but you also think there's the sucker punch on board as well. How much is that going to soften up Scissor before the Iron Hands gets to move as well?
Yeah, I really like how Amrit adapted to this game.
Yeah, we spoke like this last game. You really have to be careful if you do take a risk. He took that risk and it paid off perfectly for him.
Yeah, he played far more aggressively, and as I said before, the Iron Hands really, I would say, changed the game for him.
Yeah, certainly it was something we identified as a threat coming to the next game, so they could change it up, and it certainly proved to be so. Also interesting to see the Golden go as well. Maybe didn't get off as much as Amrit hoped to, but it certainly did well in sort of softening some of Jordan's Pokemon up.
Yeah, actually, in my opinion, did enough because it softened everything up and then forced Jordan to target it.
Exactly. Yeah, and once again, we had those mind games with the priority moves. We had the bullet punch, we had the sucker punch, and the jet punch. So battle of the punches opposed to battle of tailwinds we've had.
Yeah, definitely.
So we go back into game 3. Let's see who can decide about it.
I think Jordan has a really tough decision here if he should bring Among Us.
Yeah, the Among Us didn't seem to be too effective, especially compared to what we have had. It's interesting we haven't seen the rain setup either.
Yeah, we've not seen Pelipper or Annihilate either game.
Yeah, either one. I suppose the Annihilate's always a threat of the Flutter main. That's always something, and also the Screamtail play rough.
Yeah, that's true. Annihilate is one of those Pokemon that's quite difficult to use, but if you can use it, it can do really well.
Yeah, it's one of those. If you play it right, it's a win condition. If not, it sort of just lives and dies very quickly.
Just sits on the field doing not much, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just being ignored, particularly if you rely too much on that Rage Fist.
Yeah, so obviously both players still considering what to bring.
And I mean, in this final game, it's almost as much pressure as when you go down the first game. I mean, both of these players know now this is the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, and with a loss here, your top cut chances are really not looking too good. Obviously, it's still possible, but you'd ideally want to win to have the buffer.
Yeah, exactly. And both these players will know that going into this game. I think this is why it's been such a tense match. They both know the other person's playing for the exact same thing.
Okay, so we see Iron Hands Goldengo versus Tinglu Among Us. I believe that's a copy of Game 2 leads.
Yes, yeah. And yeah, interesting to see. So once again, Among Us Spore is not going to affect either of them. Iron Hands just got the safety goggles, and Goldengo's good as gold, not being able to affect either of them.
Yeah, this is the danger with bringing Among Us into this type of team. You really can't do much if the opponent has an Ancestor Spore.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a bit more passive than you want it to be. Although I suppose it can still produce pollen puffs to keep Tinglu bulky as ever.
Yeah, of course. But I'm worried that Amrit might target the Tinglu and leave the Among Us just sit in the field.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to sit there, not doing too much. And we've seen the nasty plot from the Goldengo. And the Clear Smog.
Clear Smog. So really good prediction from Jordan.
Yeah, exactly. Predicting that he would go into that Water Terror type. Otherwise, of course, it being still would completely be immune.
Yeah, but still a tough decision. And also we see Jordan made a change with what he brought this game. So we'll see how much that makes a difference in the end game. Goldengo, I think, can just get Nasty Plot again.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the Tinglu stays in, I think it does need the extra Nasty Plot to get that power. Of course, the Vessel of Ruin, decreasing its special attack quite a bit. It's the only Pokemon on the field that really is affected by the Vessel of Ruin. Of course, Iron Hands doesn't really mind. Neither does the Among Us.
Yeah, obviously the Iron Hands can also set up, so Jordan's going to have to pick what to clear Smog into.
Yes, exactly. So, back in. And Pelipper's come out. We were just speaking about how it wasn't coming, and we may be seeing another Tailwind.
Oh, but let's have to take the Shadow Ball. Does a lot of damage to it. And we see Drain Punch to double into the Pelipper. Does it take it? Oh, it does take the hit, and Among Us will clear Smog again.
Yeah, well, trying to predict the nasty plot there, but it didn't. It just went straight into the attack. It was interesting switching the Pelipper because you think Tinglu being as bulky as it is, people do often focus on it. But the Pelipper survives. The rain's up, and if that Palafin's lurking somewhere, then it has a chance to do a lot of damage.
I think Jordan's actually in a lot of trouble here. The Among Us really isn't doing enough damage, and other Pokemon on his team are just getting picked apart.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the Pelipper, not quite sure how threatening the Pelipper is going to be. Maybe Among Us could provide some support via the Pollen Puff.
Yeah, obviously, and we see the Shadow Ball. Oh, the double attack into the Among Us, predicting the Protect on Pelipper. What a great play.
Among Us managed to survive both of those, brings it into berry range. So it stays in there once again. Let's see what move it goes for. Clear Smog again.
Another clear Smog, but it's just not doing enough damage.
Yeah, I think Amrit knows as long as he doesn't try and set up, I think he's pretty much got that Among Us pegged down.
Yeah, I think Jordan's really in a tough position. I think the best bet is maybe if he gets a speed advantage.
Yeah, could possibly be once more a tailwind. Also, Pelipper being 4 times weak to Wild Charge really isn't in a position where it wants to be.
Yeah, it's a really difficult decision. Obviously, Jordan does have Terror options, but it'd be really risky to risk it this part of the game.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Pelipper would, even if it went Terror Electric, it would be able to survive a Wild Charge.
Yeah, I think it'd be really close, and we'll see. Oh, they do use the Terror, I believe, on the Pelipper.
Yeah,
And
going
it's-
into that Terror Electric, give it the slightest chance that it may survive a Wild Charge.
So I think they're banking on Amaret clicking Make It Rain.
Yeah, possibly. Here we go.
Rage Powder into the Among Us, trying to protect the Pelipper from a Shadow Ball, perhaps.
Yeah, the Pelipper being able to sort of do what it wants to do.
And we see the Make It Rain. Does it take out the Pelipper? Well, the Pelipper does seem to live, and it hits
And
with
a
a Hurricane. Oh,
And Goldengo just surviving that. However, becoming confused, so maybe that would be something that comes into play. And the Iron Hand's going for the Sword Stance. That's becoming even more threatening, especially because it's hardly been chipped.
yeah, I think Jordan played that really well, but he really is relying on that confusion on the Goldengo.
Yeah, and also, I presume Clear Smog's going to be going into the Iron Hands, and that almost gives Goldengo a free pass to do click another Make It Rain.
Yeah, again, like we said, the Among Us are still pinned in the position.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Rage Powder did well from actually getting that big damage on Goldengo, but it's still not putting in the contribution you'd want it to.
Goldengo confused, but it gets his attack off, and the Pelipper will faint.
And there we go. That's the Terror gone. However, minus special 2 attack now for Goldengo. You presume it's going to switch out after the next turn.
The Among Us on the field, probably clicking. Obviously, the Iron Hands is faster than the Among Us, getting the Drain Punch, healing itself up.
And Iron Hand's getting almost back to full health. And
And the Among Us
Iron
just
Hand's,
just fainting.
yeah, once again, not really. It prevented a few setup opportunities, but ultimately Amrit managed to switch up his game plan. And that Iron Hands is looking really threatening. I'm not quite sure how Jordan's going to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, it's a really tough position. In a way, it was a blessing that the Among Us died, because it was such a weird position where it couldn't do enough damage. However, now the Iron Hand is really unrestricted.
Yes, exactly. And this Goldengo, you presume has to switch out. It's minus 2 attack. The Vessel of Ruin lowering its special attack even more. They're staying in, which is quite surprising.
I'm deciding to click Nasty Plot, which I think sets it back to neutral.
Yeah, it's supposed to be back to neutral before the Vessel of Ruin. Scissor going for the Sword Stance.
And I believe the Iron Hands was faster than the Tinglu, and we see it going for the Drain Punch, and I should take it out.
There we go.
And
Getting it.
Scissor really in a tough position now.
Yeah, Scissor, hoping that Scissor has to solo this. Quite interesting, though, that Jordan brought the rain, but he did not bring the Palafin.
Yeah, obviously they thought the rain was needed, but no Palafin, really not putting enough offensive pressure on Amaret's team.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. I presume it was used to maybe reduce. I was hoping a stray fire attack would hit Sizzle, but certainly, Palafin's not there to get the benefit of the rain.
Yeah, obviously maybe they wanted the tailwind set up.
Yeah, that we didn't even get set up the tailwind. It seems to be the one game where tailwind hasn't been used that we've watched today.
Yeah, and obviously Jordan in a really tough position with the Chiempo and the Iron Hands versus the Sizzle.
Yeah, staring down a +2 Iron Hands.
And I think
and a
Jordan
Gem
knows.
Power.
I think Jordan
Yeah,
knows the
I
game's
think
over.
Jordan locks in the forfeit there, and I think that's the position he could go in.
So yeah, what a really good game. It really showed how Amrit evolved that game and adapted and happened to win the set then.
Yeah, I think it's the important thing. When you lose that first game, the pressure is on you to try and learn from your opponent and learn from yourself as well what the next steps are going to be.
Yeah, and definitely. I think the Amoongus was the hero and the zero in games 2 and 3. He really did a significant role sporing in game 2. And game 3 was really pinned and couldn't do much.
Yeah, I think Amrit just learnt what the Amoongus was up to, and then it just managed to in the next game. He managed to learn how to deal with it, or just leave it be as it appeared to be the case. It was almost a sitting duck.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we're going to be having an interview soon, so we'll be right back with the interview with our winner. Welcome back. We're the winner, Amrit. Amrit, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling relieved. That was a pretty intense set, especially from my point of view. I think I won by the skin of my teeth, but was really happy to get the win.
Yeah, really close set. There's a few things I want to ask you about that game. The SPDEF boosting Scream Tail.
Yeah, oh, I knew that would be asked, and this is probably my inexperience. I've only been playing a few months, but I EV'd my screen tail wrong.
Oh, okay.
My so the speed was supposed to be 1 point higher than the special defense, but they actually tied, and I wasn't thinking. It was quite late when I filled my
okay.
team sheet in, so I thought, oh, it's probably because it's not level 50. But it's actually saved me one game where I got taunted, shadowballed, and I lived it. So
Yeah, happy accident we call it.
exactly.
Yeah, so game one was really close, but unfortunately you lost. It came down to a situation where it was a Jet Punch versus Sucker. Do you remember that part of the game in game one?
Yeah, a little bit. So the Jet Punch versus Sucker, it was definitely a mind game. I think anytime you're using Sucker Punch, it's mind games. Plus, you got the speed interaction too. Like if he Jet Punches, then Sucker will never work. So my initial thought was you saw the Scream Tail disabled into the Protect. I thought the Jet Punch was coming out. I thought if I disable that straight away, Sucker Punch is free to clear the way. It never happened. He played well. He positioned his board. And then that's where it started falling away from me. And then I think that was when I started to think about game two, because game one was really not in my hands at that point.
Yeah, it's important not to get too disheartened if you lose a game. Obviously, you have game two and a game three. Speaking of game two and game three, you decided to make a change and brought Iron Hands. Why?
Yeah, so one of the things I was thinking about in the first game was you saw after the 10-1 when they led Among Us, my game plan, it was probably quite an easy read, but was protecting Gambit, wait for the spore, disable the spore, set up. He read that quite easily. And then I realized that I was thinking too much about the Among Us and not enough about the whole game and the whole board position. So I thought, all right, game two, I'm bringing in Goldengo and I'm bringing in Iron Hands. Among Us can't do anything apart from clear smog, which it did do. At that point, it's really in my favor to be able to set up and make the game move in my way, move towards my favor.
Definitely, yeah. When you have two things setting up, Amogus can only click Sear Smoke once.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. And then I think I actually heard Jordan laugh out loud when I nasty plotted and Swords Dance on the same turn, and I had to laugh as well.
Yeah, you really put a really pin on that position. Finally, we're doing this fun game on the stream where we let the former interviewers pick a Pokemon that they'd like you to build a team around. So the last
Oh, wow.
person picked Vivian.
Vivia, okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
all right.
maybe think about building a team with that. And finally, you have to give us a Pokemon you like, an unusual Pokemon that you'd like to build a team
I already
around.
have one. Gudra.
Gudra, yes.
Yeah. Good luck with that. I've tried a few times.
So, I mean, I'm not too experienced with using Gudra, but obviously it does get Sap Sipper, so potential Amoonguss counter, Salt Vest to make it tank special special hits.
Yeah, that was part of my thinking. So I was using a I was trying to use a Sap Sipper Life Chew Gudra.
Okay.
Max out the bulk, support, help keep things alive. And it did okay, but in that 6 slot with Palance, there are obviously better options. So you can win with your favorites to an extent. But,
Yeah.
Good luck to the next guy.
Yeah. I think the Dragon slot is always so competitive on Palance. You obviously have Dragonite, Roaring Moon, Baxcalibur, and now Gudra.
Yeah.
So, we're just going to be taking a quick break now, and after that break, we'll have our round 6.
Hello, welcome back to the Orpington PC stream. I'm your host Josh. Chris is with me, and here we get ready for the final round of Swiss before we get into the top cut.
Yeah, the final round, the final chance to qualify for top cut here.
Here we go. Let's get into it and let's see how they're getting on. Yeah, this is the final chance to get their wins on the board.
So we see something very interesting on Ozan's side, the Garganackle.
Garganackle, yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Garganackle, but it could prove very useful. I mean, I'm just having a look at Liam's team sheet. There's a lot of Pokemon that the Garganackle matched up well against. The Arcanine matched up well against the Roaring Moon. Obviously, that Sulcure's going to build up a lot of damage to Iron Bundle.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, we can't forget about the Stealth Rock.
Yeah, exactly. Not something we often see in VGC. But it's becoming more and more. I know Tinglu's been known to run it on occasion, and Glimora. However, I can also see that we've got a Tailwind as well from the Roaring Moon.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Garganackle has Stealth Rock and it's super effective on the Iron Bundle and the Arcanine. And if the Roaring Moon Terror is still super effective on that.
Yeah, exactly. So it'd be interesting to see how this plays out if the hazards do come into effect. Also, Liam running that combo of Mouse Hold and Annihilate, which is always something you need to watch out for.
Yeah, I really think a crucial part of this match is Liam's Iron Bundle.
Yeah, that could possibly be the decider between the two players. Here we go into the game, and let's see what they pick for the leads.
Yeah, as I was saying with the Iron Bundle, it has an interesting moveset of Freeze, Dry, Icy Wind, Encore, Protect.
Yeah, that Encore we're seeing very occasionally. It can always cause frustration. Liam leading with the Goldengo and the Mouse Hold, and Ozan leading with the Chen Pao and the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, really offensive lead from Ozan. They're probably two strongest Pokemon threatening Liam.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking to go on the offensive straight away. The Goldengo maybe taking some time to set up with a nasty plot. It has got that Friend Guard as well, which is going to reduce damage to it.
Yeah, definitely. The Mouse Hold's really good supportive Pokemon, and obviously with the Follow Me ability as well, allows it to redirect moves.
Yeah, especially the Shadow Ball. If Fluttermane tries to Shadow Ball, obviously it can the Follow Me into Mouse Hold.
See Ozan just bringing the Tinglu, weakening his Fluttermane, but also weakening the Goldengo.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe he's hoping to prioritise the Goldengo, especially if Goldengo goes for a Make It Rain.
And that Dazzling Gleam really not doing too much damage, and the Goldengo getting a setup with a nasty plot.
Yeah, just hoping possibly maybe enough to undo the Vessel of Ruin ability, but we'll see. Certainly got Freeze got minimal damage from that Dazzling Gleam, and I'd say Liam looks set up and ready to go depending on what the Tinglu does.
I think Ozan's actually in a tough position because the Fluttermane was locked into Dazzling Gleam, and it can't threaten Goldengo like that.
Yeah, exactly. So that Tinglu's, like I say, is going to be the key thing. Here we go, another Dazzling Gleam. Maybe softening it up for a Tinglu.
Also just clicking Super Fang into Tinglu.
And that really softens it up, however, brings it into berry range. Tinglu's going to go back up nearly to full health.
Let me see the Make It Rain.
And that's enough to bring down the Fluttermane. Yeah, +2 is always... Fluttermane was always going to be in trouble, even with the Vessel of Ruin.
Yeah, and a really good play, but Super Fang to waste the berry.
And Stomping Tantrum not doing a lot of damage there. Goldengo being able to tank that fairly comfortably.
Yeah, Liam's really in a strong position here. And Ozan really needs to remove that Mouse Hold.
Yeah, exactly. The Mouse Hold really doing its job there. Particularly with the Friend Guard, bringing that bulk to Goldengo.
Yeah, and Ozan brings in the Garganackle, but it doesn't have Wide Guard.
Yeah, exactly. So that Make It Rain's going to be an issue if it gets it off. And remember, it's also got Silk Cure, which, whether Goldengo terrors or not, it's going to do a quarter of its damage each turn.
The issue is Liam can keep just clicking Follow Me and protecting the Goldengo from that.
Here we go, going for the Terror. Garganackle just tearing into Ghost. bringing if it catches a shadow ball, maybe lessening damage to that and preventing it's being super effective. Make it rain.
Team Lu's going the defensive, clicking protect. I saw clicking follow me.
Yeah, I hope to redirect any salt cures over to it. Go nasty block.
Ooh, that was
Possibly predicting the protect from Ting Lu.
yeah, really good play from Liam, protecting his golden go again.
There we go, mouse cure with the salt cure, and one turn of salt cure you think is be enough to take it out.
If I'm Liam, I'm not too upset at that. He gets to get another clean switch and another thing that can threaten Ozan's team.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe something go more into the offensive. The Ting Lu's already eating this berry, so it could be softened up a bit more. And that Goldengo now plus 1.5 after the drop from the previous Make It Rain.
Yeah, so I think Liam may have the advantage here, but Ozan's not out of the battle yet.
No, certainly. I've got two very defensive Pokemon staring down Liam's Pokemon. So I think it really depends how Ozan plays this.
Ozan did step one, which was removing the mouse hold. Now he has to remove that Goldengo.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the next big thing. And also getting rid of this Iron Bundle that's just come in.
Yeah, the Iron Bundle coming in unchallenged.
Yeah, that's going to be very dangerous staring down his Ting Lu. Although its special attack is lowered by the Vessel of Ruin, so maybe not as threatening as it could be.
Yeah, and with its strongest moving Freeze Dry, it probably isn't threatening the KOs that it normally does.
Go for the double protect Ozan and failing on the Ting Lu. A Freeze Dry going into Garganackle, doing a tiny bit of damage there.
However, the Make It Rain does get the KO on the Ting Lu and does significant damage to the Garganackle.
And that also will raise the special attack on that Iron Bundle as well. But Salt Cure going into Goldengo.
Yeah, that was a crucial KO for Liam to get. Obviously, now no Vessel of Ruin now, so all special attacks will do more.
Yeah, I think this is really going to this is really sort of opening up Ozan's team now. Garganackle tends to be a more passive Pokemon.
Yeah, it's not going to get the KOs that something like Iron Bundle might get.
Yeah, exactly. I think its best hit is to get the Salt Cure off on that Iron Bundle to put it on a timer, essentially.
So Ozan's final one is the Chiempao.
And that'll bring a bit more of an offensive pressure onto Ozan's side of the field.
Yeah, but it's kind of stuck in a 50-50 again. Does it attack into the Iron Bundle or does it attack into the Golden Go?
Yeah, exactly. And in Make a Rain, it's going to take special effective damage. And Iron Bundle, I doubt it wants to eat a Hydro Pump.
No, it definitely doesn't. But I don't think Liam's actually used Terror yet, has he? So we can still offer that threat as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's always got that option in the back. Also, another thing that Ozan has to be prepared for is if he protects, that Iron Bundle has Encore, which can lock it into a cycle of protecting.
Yeah, Liam trying to force Ozan to click the buttons he wants to see.
Yeah, exactly. Freeze Dry goes into Chiempao.
And Make It Rain, and that is...
Make It Rain.
Yeah, I think that's game over, and Liam should take set one.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe try and get some Salt Cure Protects into the Iron Bundle, but I feel like a Protect may be coming in.
Yeah, really looking like a tough position from Ozan. He's probably thinking what he needs to adapt game two.
Yeah, for one thing, I find Ozan's team was a bit more passive than I'd like to see, particularly with Liam running such a sort of offensive heavy lead.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed on Ozan's team is he only has one steel resist, the Gyarados, of course, but he didn't bring it.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's something that needs to be considered for the second game, and so the forfeit. So yeah, that was a very interesting game. It really kind of showed the offense versus defense. Obviously, offense coming out on top this time. So, what would you say Ozan needs to change for this next game?
He needs to get the best usage out of everything on his team. The Fluttermane really didn't do too much that game.
Yeah, unfortunately, leaving it in against the Goldengo, you always know there's always that leaky-liking fear that it's going to click Make It Rain, which is always going to do a lot of damage. I think even with the Vessel of Ruin, Fluttermane never likes eating a Make It Rain.
Yeah, but also it is a difficult situation because with the mouse hold, the mouse can just follow me any ghost attacks from the Flutterman.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially gets rid of Goldengo's ghost resistance. So follow a Shadow Ball going into Mousehold doing nothing. And once we're again with that Friend Guard, if Goldengo does get hit, it's less damage. I think that is something that Ozan is going to need to consider going into this next match.
Yeah, definitely. I think Ozan has to change up something. Obviously, we'll see what he decides to. But if he chooses the same ones again, I think it'll be really difficult for him to win the game.
Yeah, let's go into the second game and see how he gets on.
So we're in team preview.
So yeah, once again, Ozan's really got to sort of think about this team. Liam's got a game in hand. He's a bit more comfortable picking his team. Of course, he's going to want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. But yeah, still doesn't want to get too complacent.
Yeah, definitely. And I really want to see Ozan be aggressive versus that mouse hold.
Yeah, exactly. I think if he sees the mouse hole in the field, his priority's got to be get rid of that, because follow me is always going to be an option until that disappears.
Yeah, and it really forces the Fluttermane, if he chooses to bring it, to click certain moves. The Fluttermane really can't safely click Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and it's another sort of theme we're seeing of trying to force your opponent into making moves. It's not all about your moves, it's about what you make your opponent do.
Yeah, and especially, obviously, the Encore on the Iron Bundle as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Ozan's got to be really careful when he clicks Protect.
So we see the mouse hold and the Golden go into Tinglu and Garganackle.
So go very similar to the last game. Garganackle starting this time though. Goldengo obviously being brought down by the Vessel of Ruin, its special attack. But as we saw also last game, it doesn't mind too much. It's still able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but I like the idea from Ozan. He really wants to pressure the Golden Go. He's almost forcing Mousehold to click follow me.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it prevents Mousehold from really making an impact to the game. It's just sort of forcing hits into it. And once that goes, Goldengo can also take really heavy hits from the Tinglu.
Exactly, and the issue last game was the Tinglu took a Super Fang from the Mousehold.
Yeah, exactly. And the Goldengo go for the Protect here, which is quite interesting.
I think that was a really safe play. Oh, but the Super Fang into the Ghost Terror Garganackle.
And Taunt as well from Tinglu. So going from forcing it to use Follow Me to stopping it all entirely from using Follow Me.
Wow, I really like that adaptation from Ozan.
Yeah, Ozan really sort of learned his lesson from the last game. He set up this, once still going defensive, but maybe setting up a more offensive threat moving on.
Yeah, but Ozan can now threaten the Salt Cure on the Golden Go,
Yeah.
unpressured.
Yeah, exactly. So that Golden Go needs to make a decision whether it wants to stay in there and get a hit, or does it get out of there and brings in something else to be short called.
Yeah, and maybe does Liam switch out Mousehold, which can only click Super Fang or Beat Up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Super Fang may be still effective on that Tinglu. It's still going to bring it down to half health. With something like Tinglu, all the HP you can take off it is for the best.
So Liam choosing to preserve the Golden Go, switching into the Roaring Moon, which we didn't see last game.
Yeah, there we go. That's going to bring it another offensive pressure, and the Protosynthesis activate from the booster energy, raising Roaring Moon's speed.
So what a speed boost normally means is it's normally more offensive, less bulk, less EVs and bulk.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose it's relying on that bulk from the Friend Guard.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. Stomping Action doing very little, and the double up into the Roaring Moon.
And doing a little bit of damage from that Soul Cure, but that's now going to take away an eighth of its health. So Roaring Moon, unless it switches out, is really on a timer.
Yeah, and looking at the Roaring Moon's moves, it can't do too much damage without terrestrializing.
Yeah, exactly. So he's really got to make a decision whether he wants to sort of burn his Terra to get some damage in immediately, or does he switch it out to preserve it for later, or even he has the option of going for a Tailwind.
Yeah, and I really like, as I said, how Ozan adapted this match, and all the pressure is on Liam this game.
Yeah, exactly. And the Roaring Moon acrobatics into the protecting Tinglu there.
Super Fang into the Tinglu as well.
Wow, doing really well predicting the double up on the Tinglu.
Getting the stealth rocks up.
And that puts even more pressure onto Liam. Now Liam has to be careful with switches. His Roaring Moon isn't going to want to switch out and come back into Stealth Rock.
I really like that play from Ozan. Although it doesn't seem like much damage, the pressure of consistent damage is going to be imperative in this match.
Yeah, exactly. So everything, that Tinglu can dish out hits, and anything that comes in, it's already going to take damage from the Stealth Rock, but it's also got to deal with whatever Tinglu chooses to throw at it.
Yeah, and like last game, we said Ozan didn't have a steel resist per se, but he doesn't actually need a steel resist if he just got Tinglu.
Yeah, exactly. Tinglu threatening any sort of steel. Here we go into the Terror Roaring Moon, and you think it's going to be clicking acrobatics at this point.
Really interesting decision by Liam to Terra his Roaring Moon, which was quite low health already.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the Stealth Rock, it's really sort of chosen to stay in now, going all in.
We're doubling into the Tinglu, obviously identifying that's the threat.
Yeah, exactly. Garganackle, more passive, can afford to stay in.
But that's a nice play. Salt Cure damage going to take Roaring Moon really low down.
And this is the thing about Salt Cure. Ozan doesn't need to attack to do damage from this point forward. Even if Liam chooses to switch, he's still going to get some damage on some Pokemon.
Yeah, but the taunt is now worn off on the mouse hold. The mouse hold now click follow me or protect.
Yeah, exactly. But even to protect, it's still going to take some Salt Cure damage. So I think it's not too long we're going to be seeing Mousehold on the field.
Yeah, so he switches out the Roaring Moon, which is with the Stealth Rock, it might faint after it comes back in, but it goes into the Goldengo.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, the Salt Cure, the Stealth Rock, preying into later on in the game. If it comes down to just that Roaring Moon, a one-on-one, then Ozan's going to be at a real advantage.
Yeah, so he actually did a double switch, getting both of his offensive threats in the battle.
Yeah, and getting hit with the Salt Cure, this is the thing. Both of these Pokemon are going to take a quarter of their health from Salt Cure, and Liam really needs to get some offensive pressure going if he wants to take this match.
Yeah, and another Salt Cure prediction, and Goldengo's going to be taking 25% of its health.
Yeah, exactly. So it's on a timer. Does he switch to the Roaring Moon, which is likely to faint from the Stealth Rock, or does he switch in the Mousehold, which is also on sort of minimal health, or does he go all in into these offensive threats?
Yeah, but if Liam keeps letting things get chipped, the Fluttermane obviously is in the back and can do significant damage.
Yeah, exactly. Ozan hasn't even switched to any of his offensive threats at the moment. He's happy just sticking with the same defensive core that he had before.
We see an encore from Liam onto the Tinglu. And they're going to go setting up with a nasty plot.
And hopefully just once again boosting off the lower from Vessel of Ruin, and Tinglu locked into protect.
Yeah, but I don't think that's as bad as you think for Ozan.
Yeah, exactly. As we said before, with the Salt Cure and the Stealth Rocks, Ozan almost doesn't need to attack at the moment.
Exactly. Tinglu's job is really just to lower special attack.
Yeah, exactly. It's just to keep those two threats from getting too out of hand. Garganackle can really do the damage. It can sit there, set up the Stealth Cure. It's got that recover, so if its health gets too low, it can just boost it back up.
Yeah, Liam has a tough decision here. Does he stay in with Goldengo, or does he switch out to Roaring Moon?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm interested to see, as say, the Terraflying Roaring Moon, will it even survive a Stealth Rock?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close, and only Liam would really know.
Here we go. Certainly trying to contemplate his moves. And you think he would Salt Cure into the Iron Bonder now, just putting them both on a timer. And I say the pressure's really on Liam.
And Garganackle, of course, is still at full health.
Yeah, exactly. And such a defensive behemoth like Garganackle, you really want to try and get chip damage where you can.
Yeah, so we see the Tinglu protecting again. Iron Bundle clicking Icy Wind, but into the Garganackle's protect and doing very little to the Tinglu.
The Tinglu on a slither of health though. and go for another nasty plot from the Goldengo, Liam, hoping that this Make It Rain can really power his way through these two defensive threats.
I really think Liam was banking on the Icy Wind killing the Tinglu.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble now. But we'll see how things go in his next turn. Tinglu, once again, can only protect. Most likely he's going to get the protect off this turn.
Yeah, but Ozan still has 2 other things in the back, so obviously he's threatening so much more, and the Goldengo obviously has 1 turn left.
Yeah, so both of them have got 2 threats in the back, but obviously Ozan's are fully healthy and ready to go, whereas Liam's Pokemon in the back are on their last legs.
Yeah, also if I'm Ozan, maybe I don't want to reveal everything on my team.
Yeah, I think he's certainly in a position now where he doesn't even have to. The Garganacle's at full health. I can't see any attack that's really going to do too much damage to it, and the Tinglu's guaranteed to get a protect off.
So Ozan obviously switching out into the Chen Pao.
Go Chen Pao. And let's see if it goes for Make It Rain.
Tinglu looking protect again.
Yeah, and as we said before, getting off that protect. Freeze Dry coming into the Chen Pao. Be interesting what the Goldengo goes for. So Make It Rain. It's going to do a lot of damage, and that Chen Pao sash is broken.
Yeah, I think Chen Pao's gonna faint here, and it does.
Takes down the Chen Pao. But is Goldengo going to survive this next turn of Salt Cure?
Yeah, that is the thing we have to view. Obviously, with the leftovers healing, it will be really close.
Here we go. Salt Cure does. Oh,
No.
just survives. Tinglu's Encore's now ended as well. It gives it a bit more flexibility. And what do you think about that? Sort of almost sacking the Chen Pao to bring to keep Garganacle healthy.
I don't think it's the worst decision. Obviously, Garganacle's still at full health, and Ozan has something that's unrevealed so far.
Yeah, exactly. So Liam's still trying to sort of guess this game plan. Is there a late game cleaner in the back? Because Liam's team's well and truly weakened. So a healthy, if Fluttermane comes in, that could really it's quick enough, it hits hard enough to clean up.
Yeah, and I think Ozan has a pretty safe play here to ensure the Goldengo goes down.
Yeah, exactly. That's Salt Cure. And if Goldengo switches out, I don't think it will survive the Stealth Rock either.
Yeah, that's true. And obviously you have the Roaring Moon, which is terrestrialized to flying now.
Yeah, which will also take 25% from those Stealth Rocks. Iron Bundle really doesn't want to eat the Salt Cure because it'll be in the same situation as Goldengo, taking a quarter of its health. So really, Ozan's fully in the driving seat here.
Yeah, but the game is definitely over at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Liam can always come back into it. That Tinglu's on a slither of health, and I think that being encored again will certainly render it useless for the time being.
Yeah, that Tinglu has not clicked in the second move in a long time.
Yeah, but I don't think Ozan. I think it's not the end of the world for Ozan. It lowers the special attack, the 2 members, and Garganacle being as being as bulky as it is quite happy to have a low special attack, even if it's got a teammate next to it that's not really doing a lot. Particularly now the Goldengo's gone down due to Salt Cure.
Yeah, and the key thing for Ozan is he just needs to get 1 KO, in my opinion, to be in an advantageous position for the end game.
Yeah, exactly. I think if Liam takes down the Garganacle, maybe that opens up the team a bit more. But he's got 2 Pokemon in the back, especially with that Stealth Rock damage, are really going to be on their last legs.
We're kind of seeing the utility of Iron Bundle with Encore. Obviously, it's been encoring and been really disruptive, but actually hasn't done too much damage.
Yeah, the only damage it's doing was the Icy Wind, which did a little bit of damage, but mainly lowered the speed, and it's just keeping that Tinglu from clicking any buttons. The Garganacle, it can't directly hit, almost Salt Cure doing a tiny bit of damage.
So we actually see the Mouse Hold come back in.
Maybe Liam hoping the Friend Guard will keep the Iron Bundle alive, that being what seems to be his key threat for this game.
Yeah, I think we could see a Follow Me, obviously, to protect the Iron Bundle. We obviously are not sure what Liam's thinking, but obviously he can't Super Fang into the Garganacle, and I don't think it's going to Super Fang into Tinglu.
Yeah, very silly too. But it goes for the Protect again. He stays in on the Encore.
Oh, there we go. That's the utility of Encore.
Yeah, a double Encore. And now both of these Pokemon are just forced to protect.
Yeah, and Liam clicking Super Fang into the Ting Lu.
And Garganacl going for the Protect and Fade. So both these Pokemon are locked in Protect. And that almost forces Ozan to reveal his third Pokemon now.
It does, but it depends what he switches out. Because obviously the Ting Lu is so low health. Do you want to keep it to reduce the special attack, or do you want to get the Garganacl back in without being encored?
Yeah, the Ting Lu coming back in, it can't do anything in the late game. It's too slow to really be able to get any kills on anything. And I think you just want to keep it there, just being a static wall.
I think Ozan making the right play, getting Garganacl out of there, and hopefully it can do something late game.
And in comes the Fluttermane. Now, it would be interesting to see how this turn works out for the Fluttermane.
Ooh, Liam deciding to freeze her into the Ting Lu slot.
And Ting Lu being taken down. Finally, it's been there all game.
And we see the beat up.
And doing minimal damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, beat up isn't as good without an Annihilate, unfortunately.
Yeah, the only Pokemon you really want to hit is your own Annihilate. So out comes that Garganacl, and as we said before, that Fluttermane's got the speed now. It can start cleaning up into Liam's weakened team, and Garganacl still hasn't taken any damage.
Yeah, and the Mousehold really doesn't have many options. Obviously, without Super Fang, can just beat up, which will do minimal damage to Ozan's team.
Yeah, exactly. I doubt it would even be enough to undo the leftovers recovery.
Okay, Liam deciding to protect. Probably the safest play. Oh, but Ozan's Fluttermane is faster than Liam's Mousehold.
Going into the Dazzling Gleam. That takes out Mousehold. And also means that there's no Friend Guard to protect now. And this will be very interesting to see if the Roaring Moon can survive Stealth Rock.
Yeah, I think that the game comes down to this, really.
Here we go to see if it survives.
Oh, I don't think it will, and
No.
it goes down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
And it really shows the utility of Stealth Rock. He pressed it at the right moment and really has made that Roaring Moon redundant now. He's got two Pokemon staring down the Iron Bundle, and Liam goes for the forfeit there.
Yeah, completely different games 1 and game 2.
Yeah, the last game that we wanted to see Ozan go a bit more offensive. He ignored us and steamrolled the game, so it shows what we know.
Yeah. I definitely think the game comes down to the Ting Lu health.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Ting Lu certainly has to be a priority. It's more with the Garganacl as well. The Garganacl went untouched that whole game and was just allowed to do what it wants.
Yeah, obviously Liam was getting off a lot of encores, but he just wasn't getting damage off.
Yeah, exactly. It stops the Ting Lu from doing any damage, but the fact that Ting Lu was laying the special attack with that Vessel of Ruin was almost enough for it.
Yeah, I think this game 3 will really come down to who can remove the biggest support threat first. Who can remove the Mousehold or the Ting Lu?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see now. We've seen a game where Ozan's defensive team has won and William's more offensive team has won. So it'll be interesting to see now who comes on top, because they've both seen what the other one can do fully.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if anyone decides to change what they bring. I think they've both brought the same for each game.
Yeah, well, certainly Ozan stayed with that Garganacl and Ting Lu. Let's go into game 3 and see if they switch the teams up. And if you were Liam, what are you sort of looking going into this final game?
You really need to remove that Ting Lu as soon as possible, assuming he brings it, but it's very likely he would bring it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Both games, I think in the first game, even though it didn't do its best performance, I think it still did the same to slow Liam's team down to a halt.
Other than that, I'm not too sure there's much I would change.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got the Gyarados on Ozone's team. Do you think we could see that, perhaps?
Well, I think the Gyarados, there's always the fear if Annihilate comes in to get off that Defiant boost. So I think he's got to be really careful whether he brings that in or not.
Oh, we do see the Annihilate.
There we go. Mousehold versus
Tinglu and Garganackle.
Garganackle. And the Vessel of Ruin, they're now not making a difference.
I really like that lead from Liam.
Yeah, Liam playing very aggressively. If he goes to the beat up into the Annihilate, this could go really snowball downhill for Ozan if he doesn't stop this.
Yeah, what it forces Ozan to do is also consider the Annihilate as a threat.
Yeah, exactly. There's now an active threat that doesn't need to take a turn to set up. Mousehold is essentially being it set up, and we see the beat up.
And the speed up's going to make Rage Fist to be 250 base power.
Which is really something that Ozan doesn't want to see.
Oh, but we just see a bulk up.
Let's see what the Garganackle does. Does the Garganackle threaten it at all?
Garganackle killing Solkyo into the Mousehold.
So that probably couldn't have gone much better for Liam.
Definitely. The Annihilate really doesn't have much threatening it. Obviously, the Fluttermane can hit it super effectively. But of course, it has the Terror.
Yeah, you'd have to think that he goes for the Terror at this point. His Annihilate's at its peak performance. We're exactly where it wants to be.
Yeah, and obviously this Fluttermane, I believe, is a choice spec. So once it locks into a move, Liam can just take it out.
Yeah, exactly. So it goes for the Dazzling Gleam, so it can hit. It doesn't have to worry about the Follow Me.
Yeah, that could definitely be an option. Ozan obviously has to consider the Follow Me play or the Protect on Annihilate even.
However, Annihilate is water, so Silk Cure is going to do a quarter of its health. He does Terastallize the Annihilate.
Yeah, but if Mousehold clicks Follow Me, the Soul Cure will not affect the Annihilate. And it does.
There we go. Yeah, the Silk Cure going into Mousehold once again.
Moonblast into it.
Blue Blast.
And it lives on one.
Just being enough.
Oh, and the Rage Fist, that's surely taking out Fluttermane. And
yeah,
it does.
I don't think there's a Fluttermane on Earth that would be surviving that Rage Fist.
Yeah.
And Garganackle, Silk Cure again into Mousehold. But I think at this point, if you're Liam, you're quite happy with what Mousehold has done.
Yeah, it was a really tough turn. I think Ozan made the right play trying to remove the Mousehold to get the Soul Cure onto the Annihilate, but it didn't do enough damage.
Yeah, exactly. And the Garganackle does only take half damage from its Purifying Salt ability from that Rage Fist, but I still imagine it's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, now we have Iron Bundle, which can obviously threaten the Encores like it did Game 2.
Yeah, and it can also threaten that Garganackle either way. If it terrestrializes, it can take the Rage Fist super effectively. But if it doesn't terrestrialize, Hydro Pump's going to be an issue for it.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think it's a 50-50 this turn on which thing protects and which thing attacks on Liam's side.
Yeah, exactly. It's once again we see the defensive going against the offensive. And here goes be a terrestrialization here. And that's going into the Chien-Pao. Going to Ghost, maybe predicting a Drain Punch from the Annihilate.
Yeah, I think that was a really good play by Ozan. Even if it doesn't click Drain Punch, it just doesn't mean it gets any extra health back.
Yeah, exactly. It's, just trying to keep its HP low. Of course, with Rage Fist boosting every time it gets hit, you need to make sure that every hit on Annihilate counts.
Nice, when just reducing the speed of Chien-Pao. And Chien-Pao retaliating with a Sacred Sword.
Just leaving a slither of health. And Rage Fisting into the Chien-Pao, super effective damage, and that takes it down.
Wow, I really like that play from Liam. He didn't get greedy, he decided to make the safe play to attack the Chien-Pao with both slots.
Yeah, it really sort of predicted that protecting the Garganackle and focus on the Chien-Pao, which was the more pressing threat. And I think this is what we see from Ozan, this defensive play. If things go Ozan's way, he can have a very tight grip on the match. But if Liam's threats go overwhelming, he hasn't really got anything to threaten back offensively.
Yeah, Ozan's game-winning team for Game 2 unfortunately isn't going to help him in this game. Liam really adapted well with the Annihilate pick.
Yeah, exactly, and it's always an issue. If you manage to get that beat up on the Annihilate, you immediately get put on the back foot. Let's say every hit on that Annihilate now needs to hit. Even Assault Cure is going to just power up Rage Fist,
We see an encore into the Garganacle again.
and that gets rid of the biggest threat into Annihilate, which is that Assault Cure.
Tinglu not taking too much from the Drain Punch, all considering.
However, still boosting out. It's now back on full health, and it's unlikely that it's going to be one hit KO'd. So Tinglu's going to have to hit Annihilate again, which will boost up that that Rage Fist again.
He chooses to take out the Iron Bundle.
And that at least will stop any encore.
Yeah, but now with the obviously being encored into Protect, Liam has one clear slot to attack.
Yeah, exactly. And not any slot, a Rage Fist or a Drain Punch if he wants to if he predicts to get some more health back. And a Golden goes there, free to do what it wants, you must think.
Yeah, I really think Liam is in the driving position here, and Ozan really has to get some fortune to win this game.
And Tinglu just surviving there. And Golden go for a nasty plot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that nasty plot was needed, but let's call it a safety nasty plot.
Yeah, maybe just to undo any lowering from the Vessel of Ruin. He does get the critical hit on the Goldengo though.
Yeah, but from Liam's position, I think this might be the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think there'd be a extreme lot of circumstances would have to happen for Ozan to win this one.
Yeah, Ozan obviously still encored and to protect.
And Annihilate going into the Drain Punch, doing a lot of damage there. And once again, it's on full health. And the Make It Rain finishes the job.
Yeah, and a really well played game from Liam.
There we go, and gets the double KO, and he's won that game. And like we say, once you get that Annihilate pot, that beat up on the Annihilate, it's really your game to lose, I think, in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah, it actually reminded me of round 5 where it was Amrit who had the Iron Hands, who didn't bring it to game 1, brought it to game 2 and game 3 and won both those games.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose it's those picks, those win conditions. It's, do you pull them out the first game, or do you play it cool, or do you sit in the background with it?
Yeah, it's always a tough decision to go back to a winning strategy or to predict your opponent to predict that.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, Ozan's defensive game, it seemed to work in the second game. However, overall, I think he needed just a bit more pressure to threaten Liam.
Yeah, but of course it came down to one turn with a Moonblast on the Mousehold, which the Mousehold survived.
Yeah, exactly, which is something I'm sure he specced for. Anyway, we'll go to a short break before we interview Liam. Okay, I'm here with Liam. Liam, congratulations on your win. What were your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I thought it was a very close game one. I kind of had it all under control, and then he responded really well in game two, leading Tinglu and Garganacle. I just couldn't really break it with Golden Go. So then I had to adjust for game three, try Mouse Ape, and thankfully that worked out with a turn one bulk up.
Yeah, it really seemed this game was sort of offensive versus defensive. You had a more sort of immediately threatening team, whereas Ozan went a bit more passive. So what was your thoughts second game when he sort of really went into the salt cures?
Yeah, I knew as soon as that game was like sort of longing out, I was almost planning game three because that game was kind of finished. We were just sort of slowly working towards that end game. Encore on bundle was clearly working well, but the other part of the team, I needed Annihilate. I felt in that game, but luckily that's why I like best of three. You can kind of make the change, and
Yeah, it was interesting to see that you brought out that mouse ape in the last game. Obviously, some people were tempted to sort of bring it every match, but the fact that you saved it for the last game and it really seemed you managed to get it off almost without a hitch.
yeah, I think people see Mouse Ape in the team sheet and they just assume it has to be Mouse Ape, but there is a little bit more sort of complexity to the team. But it's always nice to have the option to fall back on. If you're not sure what to do, Mouse Ape is a relatively safe lead. And the good thing about Beat Up and Rage Fist is that it keeps the boost on Rage Fist if I switch out and back in. Whereas with Golden Go, I've got to keep it there nasty plotted at +4 or whatever. And if it gets Salt Cure chipped, it just goes down too quickly. Whereas with Annihilate, I can come out and back in. Stealth Rock isn't so bad because it's fighting type. So it all kind of works just a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It really seemed that you knew how to play the mouse ape. You played it a bit with a bit more nuance than most, and it certainly played off. Particularly getting the bulk up and the predicting to the Chen Power was great. We weren't sure whether you were going Drain Fist.
Yeah, I was nervous of that. I wasn't 100% sure that Rage Fist would kill, but I thought with a beat up it and a bulk up it should be fine. That felt like the kind of safer option. That's the big fear with Terastallization, especially against a slow team, is if you're planning on a big hit and you miss and they get Assault Cure off, yeah, you're in for some trouble.
Yeah, we certainly seemed to come through it. Finally, everyone be interviewing, the previous person has given them a Pokemon to use into a tournament. So your challenge is for your next tournament to use a Goodra.
Right, okay.
What would you like to assign for the next person?
Oh, can it be anything?
Anything at all.
My favourite Pokemon's Haunter, but if they win a game with a Haunter, they should be knighted, I think.
There we go, Haunter in the next game. Thank you very much, Liam. We'll go to a short break. Okay, welcome back to the Orpington PC stream. We are now through to top cut. We have Menelik versus Pal Riera. So I believe they're already sort of getting into the game. So let's have a look.
Yeah, it's actually two players we haven't had the chance to see yet.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. I mean, obviously they got into top cut, so it'll be impressive to see what they did. And once again, like we said before, we haven't discussed them before, so we're not too sure of what they're capable of. But from what I can see here, they've got a Dondozo team for Menelik.
Yeah, and Power's got what I would describe as a sort of rain balance team. I'll just say Pelipper, Azumarill, Golden Go, Iron Bundle, Arcanine, Farigiraf.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah. So potential trick room from the Farigiraf if the other team threatens to outspeed, which I don't think it will do. Looking at Menelik's team.
Yeah, and obviously Power actually finished top seed of this tournament, so that's very interesting.
Yeah, so certainly one to watch on his end. But it'll be interesting how he faces up against the Dondozo. Now, this is a bit of an unusual Dondozo team. It's Grass Dondozo with Terra Blast and Oblivious instead of Unaware. And the Tatsugiri being Steel Terra with a Choice Scarf. Another interesting choice is Menelik's Iron Bundle, which is Terra Poison.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever heard of that one.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I've seen Ghost, I've seen Water, I've seen Ice.
I've seen Fire.
Yeah, but never Poison. The only thing I think of to maybe match up better against Fluttermane.
Yeah, could be also obviously a Fighting Resist.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, the rest of the team does seem fairly sort of normal. They've got the Glamora with the Mortal Spin to set up that poison to stall out with Dondozo. And then we've got Chiyu, Focus Sash, Ghost Terror, and the Choice Band, Dragonite.
Yeah, so Menelik's team is a team I'm actually familiar with. It's actually a team I believe made top 4 of EUIC. I can't recall the player who used it, but made top 4 of EUIC with most of the same sets. I believe it was Terra Grass Dondozo. I can't remember the Terra in the bundle, but it was not Poison.
Yes. It'll be interesting to see if that comes into play this match.
Yeah, and both players have locked in, and we're ready to start this top 8 match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, like I say, especially Menelik with the Dondozo, how he plays it. Does he even bring the Dondozo?
Yep, we're just having some technical difficulties. We can't see the stream. Oh, there we go. We're back.
We're back.
We're back to the stream. And we see Chiyu Glamora facing Arcanine and Golden Go.
And the Intimidate going off, but neither of his Pokemon really mind it. It'll be interesting to see, because Mortal Spin obviously won't work on Goldengo. Does he just go for the poison on the Arcanine, or does he lock into an Earth Power?
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup for the Golden Go. Obviously, it's really threatened by a fire move, but it does have the Terra Water.
Yep, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see if he does go for this Terra. Does he just swap out the Goldengo this turn, saving it for later?
Yeah, and obviously the Arcanine only has fire and normal moves, so it's not really a great position itself either.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see how they both play. Like I say, Arcanine, even the Intimidate, neither of his Pokemon really care about an Intimidate.
Yeah, as I expected, Pal decides to switch the Arcanine out, really not favouring the matchup. Going hard into the Iron Bundle.
And here we go. Hopefully we can see its Terra Poison.
Yeah, hopefully.
Booster energy going off, so that's going to make it a lot faster. But although if it does go Terra Poison, it's immune to Mortal Spin.
Yeah, of course, but can't see that being clicked as the only reason for terroring. We see a terror from Menelik.
Yeah, into Terra Water Glamora. It'll be interesting to see maybe a Resistor Make It Rain is its main objective.
Yeah, I think that was the main reason why they decided to terror that. We also see a terror on Power's side, I believe on the Golden Go.
Yeah, Terra Water Golden Go. Maybe fearing that Earth Power from Glamora.
And fearing the Chiyu.
Yeah, exactly, the Chiyu as well. Although Chiyu going for the Protect this turn.
Glamora obviously has the Assault Vest, so it can't protect, and decides to click the Mortal Spin.
A critical hit on the Iron Bundle as well. and getting the poison off as well. So, and also getting the poison on the Goldengo because it's chosen to go for that terror.
Wow, I really like that play from Menelik. Really aggressive, but it really worked out. Both of Paul's Pokemon are poisoned.
Yeah, exactly. And now Menelik has, if he's brought that Dondozo, he has the option to go into that and he can stall them both out and almost save the Chi-Yu for later to sweep up in the late game.
Yeah, of course, but Chi also has the Focus Sash, of course, so can take one hit.
Yeah, exactly. If he wants to sort of go now, he can. And maybe have that Donzozo sort of sweep up whatever Chi-Yu leaves behind.
Yeah, I really like Menelik's position. He's both things poisoned, and the Chew is threatening a KO on either mon.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Power really needs to try and turn this around, maybe try and take out the Chi-Yu, and also try and deal with that Glomora.
Yeah, I think Pal might have to make a play, given that he's really far behind, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to see what he's clicking. He's obviously taking a long time to deliberate.
Yeah, we'll see what it comes up. Definitely, I believe both players sort of decide their next move. Iron Bundle goes for the Icy Wind.
Yeah, so lowering the speed on both of Menelik's Pokemon, probably allowing the Golden to outspeed.
Yeah, and I suppose also breaking the Chi-Yu Sash.
Oh, and it does a lot of damage to the Glamora, but it does survive.
And Power Gem going into the Iron Bundle, which takes it out.
Iron Bundle really not doing too much that game. It got one Icy Wind off, and it's gone.
Yeah, we often like see him make a bit more of an impact than that. And I'm sure Power was hoping the same.
Yeah, Menelik really in a strong position now.
Yeah, definitely. And that Goldengo also on a timer due to the poison.
Pal does have the speed advantage, of course, with the Goldengo outspeeding Chi-Yu and Glamora, of course.
Yeah, and that Goldengo being on +2 as well. And Make It Rain could really sort of maybe get him the step up he needs.
That's true, but obviously with the poison, Goldengo can't be surviving for many more turns.
Yeah, you think he'd have to click and Make It Rain, hope for the best, and because I think like you say, it's not going to be too many turns of Goldengo left. And Arcanine comes back out, which is an interesting choice because it's not fire moves aren't going to work against either of these too well.
I still like that play because it threatens the extreme speed on the Glamora, though.
Yeah, exactly. Could threaten the KO. And we still don't know what Menelik has in the back, though. If it has that Dondozo, then the extreme speed probably not going to be doing too much.
Yeah, if Menelik has the Dondozo in the back, it's going to be really tough for Pal.
Yeah, Pal definitely needs to hope and pray that Dondozo stayed at home.
Yeah, definitely. If I'm Pal, I'd probably just try and get some KOs this turn. I think I need one KO at least to feel I have a chance in the game.
Yeah, I think Pal needs to make some aggressive play really to get himself back into this. And here comes the Tatsugiri. And is Dondozo...
Oh, double switch. Is Dondozo in the back?
And yes, Dondozo's coming out to join. And here we go, the commander being set off. And I don't think this is what Pal wanted to see.
Yeah, really tough position for Pal with the Dondozo being set up. But I will say, obviously it's oblivious, so it will be taking full damage from the Goldengo.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe Pal, can use this to his advantage. Arcanine going the extreme speed into where Tatsugiri was. And then Make It Rain. Let's see how much damage this does.
Does about 20%, really not too much damage. And the Goldengo lowers its special attack.
And Donzo's are getting that leftovers recovery. So what play do you think Pal needs to make now that Donzo's fully sort of set up?
It's really depending if the Goldengo survives this poison, of course. There's nothing really stopping a free protect to allow the Goldengo to die and then allow Pal to bring one of his last Pokemon.
Yeah, and he also has that order up, so he can go for the speed boost off the stretchy Tatsugiri if he needs to do.
Yeah, so Menelik has a lot of options, and Pal, I would say, is quite pinned in this position.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing I maybe can hope to sort of pivot the Arcanine again.
That's true. Yeah, Arcanine Intimidate But Ankara Intimidate won't work because of Oblivious Dondozo.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's Powell really needs to sort of think about his next moves. I think, like you say, he's really put on the back foot here.
I'm afraid we're having some technical difficulties, so my apologies for that.
Yeah. So we hope to be back soon. While we're waiting, let's talk about my favourite subject, Dondozo.
Yeah, so obviously with that game, it was looking like Menelik had the advantage.
Yeah, exactly. The Dondozo set up. Power had 2 Pokemon weakened, poisoned, and when you're in Dondozo, that really puts you in the driving seat.
Yeah, I think Menelik played it perfectly. They got both of Power's Pokemon poisoned, and then sent in the Dondozo late game to hopefully clean the game up.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Dondozo it's set up now. As a Power hasn't got any haze. It's got no way to eliminate those changes. So it just has to wait. He just has to once again sort of just hope he can muscle through it.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we're still waiting on the game to see how it ended, but from our position, it looked like Menelik had the upper hand for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, hopefully we'll see how the game turns out. But yeah, if I'm to guess at the moment, I presume Menelik is winning.
Okay, well, obviously, while waiting for the game, what do you think Pau can do to adapt to the Dondozo?
I think Powell needs to keep one of his hard hitters for that game. I think he needs to hope that the Glamora does go into the points. I think he also needs to accept that's going to happen. While we wait for the technical issues to reside, we'll just go into a short break.
Yep.
And we're back into the Orpington Premier Challenge stream. Apologies for that. We had a few technical difficulties. But Menelik did end up winning that game as we sort of saw was heading in that direction.
Yeah, I think Menelik really had an advantage that made it really tough for them to lose that game for that position. The Dondozo was in a really strong position.
Yeah, I think it's always the way with these sort of Glamora. Well, Glamora seems to almost be alongside Dodozo. It almost seems to be as much of a partner as Tatsugiri these days.
Yeah, and I think the challenge for Pau is, can they beat the Dondozo? If Manlik even decides to bring it.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he sort of maybe doesn't bring it this time. Maybe it's just the threat of Dondozo is almost as powerful as Dondozo itself. I'd be interested to see if Iron Bundle makes more of an impact on this game. Last game, it didn't really make the impact we know it normally to be sort of an offensive threat. It sort of came in, set up an icy wind, and left.
Yeah, and obviously we didn't get to see some of Pau's last months, but it'd be interesting to see something maybe like the Farigiraf with Trick Room.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. It was certainly, if Dondozo comes, it almost turns those boosts against it, particularly if it uses Order Up, because it's a stretchy Tatsugiri, so it's going to boost the speed, which will make it slower in Trick Room.
Yeah, so we're just getting into the game right now. We'll have to see what the team preview, the lead matchup looks like, and we'll see.
And here we go. So, Pal sending out Azumarill and Farigiraf, so again, completely different from the last game.
I think Pau had to make that decision. They had to do something really bold to win this game.
Yeah, and this certainly seems to be the case. Menelik leading the same, though. Once again, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Going in with Chi-Yu and the Glamora.
Yeah, I think leads on both sides are fine.
Yeah, I think Pal's made a change, which, like you said, he certainly needed to. And I think Menelik just going with what he knows at the moment works.
Well, it's up to Pau to prove that he can beat Menelik.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the pressure's on Pau. You know, Menelik's got that game in hand, and yeah, if Pau wants to go through in this top cut, he really needs to sort of put his foot on the pedal.
Yeah, so Pau really has to be considering the Mortal Spin, of course.
Yeah, you'd presume he presses that Mortal Spin. Farigiraf leaving, and who's coming in to replace it? Pelipper coming in, so boosting those water-type moves on Azumarill.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw a terrestrialization. Oh, no, my mistake. No. We're seeing one now.
And it's the Glamora once again being terrestrialized into that water.
Probably just to avoid being OHKO'd by the Azumarill.
Yeah. Now it's obviously resisting those water-type moves, particularly now they've been boosted.
Oof, and Chu firing a strong Dark Pulse into the Sash Pelipper.
Yeah, Pelipper. Oh, going to Sludge Bomb, not the Mortal Spin.
That did 80% to an Assault Vest Azumarill.
Yeah, that hit really hard. And Chi-Yu also being brought down to Sash. But you presume that Chi-Yu is faster.
Yeah, and again, Pau really in the back again. Menelik almost has 2 KOs on Pau's first 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. And he still has those options in the back. Once again, he may have the Dondozo. And if you don't have Haze, if you don't have the Clear Smog, I feel like you need a healthy team. But that Farigiraf is in the back. You know, he still has the option of the Trick Room to slow Dozo down.
Yeah, of course. I think Pau just needs to get a KO this turn.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he's hoping that the Chi-Yu stays in the field because he can get something upon that. Chi-Yu goes for the Protect.
And Glamora's Assault Vest, so... Oh, the Azumarill Aqua just into the Chi-Yu. And the Glamora clicking attacking move. Oh, the Pelipper faster than Glamora.
Wow. Nice to see the Tailwind coming back. And Mortal Spin, that's probably the safe option. Gets rid of Pelipper and poisoning the Azumarill.
Wow, that's really interesting information that the Pelipper was faster than the Glamora.
Yeah, certainly something that we need to take in consideration.
Yeah, and if Pau had just attacked into the Glamora slot, maybe the game could have been different. But now Menelik still in control, I'm afraid.
Yeah, for him with 4 Pokemon out, Pau down to his last 2.
Yeah, really not looking good for Pau. But of course, he's got the Iron Bundle, which can freeze.
Yeah, so he can threaten the freeze. Also, obviously, Hydro Pump's going to be boosted by that rain.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because Iron Bundle wants to not have Trick Room up, but Farigiraf does want Trick Room up, so it's a massive dilemma.
Yeah, it's interesting to see which direction he'll go on that. And let's see what happens. Or does Frigorov go for the hyper voice to catch both of them?
Yeah, Frigorov, of course, has the throat spray item, which will boost its special attack after it clicks that move.
Let's see what happens. Obviously, Glummer also needs to be careful of any freeze drives that come in. But it's Assault Vest, I imagine it can live at least one.
Yeah, the Glummer should be able to take a double up. Even if it does faint, the Chi should be able to do significant damage to the Frigorov.
And it's already used to protect, so we know it's going to have to attack this turn.
And we do see a Terror on Pow's side.
And
into the Frigorov. That's the Grass Terror.
Okay, so maybe hoping to making it weak to Chi-Yu, but I suppose in the rain it's weakened.
Yeah, and maybe with a Terror Blast it could nail the Glimmerer.
Let's have a look. Icy Wind coming out, and that will take out the Chi-Yu.
Yeah, really nice play from Pow, getting the KO on Chi-Yu and allowing Frigorov to hopefully be faster.
Goes for the Hyper Voice.
And gets the boost, of course.
Gets the boost from the throw save, which should make it even more threatening the next turn. And Power Gem going into the Iron Bundle. It's a one hit.
Yeah, and again, the Frigorov was faster than the Glimmer after one speed drop.
Yeah, once again, we see the Iron Bundle just coming in, set up Icy Wind, and then leaving.
Yeah, and the Dondozo is here, and I think this is really going to be tough for Pow to win.
Yeah, he's almost certainly got the Tatsugiri as well sitting there, and it's the dilemma that does he attack into Glamora's slot, or does he predict that Tatsugiri is going to come in?
Yeah, Menelik has a lot of options right now, and Pow is really restricted, in my opinion.
Although I don't see a lot that Dondozo has that can threaten it. It has the Wave Crash, which is going to be resisted. Terror Blast, obviously it's not tearing, so that's just a normal type. And the Order Up going to be boosting speed, so not doing too much on the damage side.
Yeah, of course, but I think with the Pokemon advantage, it's really still going to be tough for Pow.
Yeah, Pow's certainly on the back foot. Maybe I'm being hopeful that Frigorov can solo this. We do see the Tatsugiri come in, and that's going to set off the Commander.
Yeah, now Menelik getting all the boosts. Pow really needs a critical hit here, in my opinion, to stay in this fight.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to Terror Blast, maybe hope for a critical hit. But yeah, certainly Menelik's game to lose, I think.
Yeah, Menelik really played well with the Dondozo in the back strategy.
Yeah, certainly, especially because he's had the time to, clear up with his first two Pokemon.
Yeah, and the Terror Blast just going to the Tatsugiri slot, and I think that's probably it from now.
Yeah, and unfortunately also the Frigorov getting critical hit is exactly the opposite of what he needed.
Yeah, rubbing salt into Pow's wounds.
Yeah, and here we go, Pow. The Frigorov goes down, and yeah, Menelik doing really well.
Yeah, and a quick 2-0.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Pow obviously was top seeded going into this, and unfortunately he just wasn't able to break through the Dozo.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens. You play really well in the regular season, and you get into the top cut, and you find a matchup that's not fantastic.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he didn't. Do you think he could have done from using Haze or Clear Smog or anything like that?
It's tough to say because you want to use Arcanine to reduce its attack with Intimidate, but it's Oblivious Dondozo. Perhaps he could have tried to set up with the Golden Go and hit it with some nasty plot Shadow Balls.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there was anything on his team that could really muscle through. I think, like you say, just had to almost hope for a critical hit.
Yeah, and we'll take a short break and we'll be with our winners interview soon.